Good morning. Can someone confirm that my microphone is working?
I can hear you, Joe.
Great, thanks.
Yes, I can hear you both.
Good morning. Hey, Tracy, can you hear me?
Good morning, I can hear you.
All righty. Okay. Hang on one second. Just bear with me for 1 second. Things are happening really quickly here, folks, that I'm getting email messages on, and I apologize for that. Oops. But some of them will affect us a little bit and some of them might not. Yeah. Okay. All right, I apologize for that. We'll go on the record with proceeding 23A-0197T. Oh, okay. 17. In the matter of the application of Lumen doing business as CenturyLink QC for 2023 Basic Emergency Service Provider Improvement Plan. Administrative Law Judge Robert Garvey. Today is the 24th of June, 2024 at approximately 9:02 a.m. This proceeding comes down for a evidentiary hearing. Quick things. Let's do entry of appearances first. We'll start with, I'm going to go in this order: CenturyLink, UCA, CCTA, LIDA, CCOA, Best 911, and then staff.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tom Snyder from Qwest Corp on behalf of CenturyLink. I'll explain who else is in the office here with me. We have Tim Kunkelman, who's a company representative. Next to him is Ryan Rayel, who's a summer associate at Qwest Corp. And then finally is our witness, James Carlson. Judge and to the parties, this is a room I've used many times with Zoom. Unfortunately, we've had a new camera placed in here, and I have never worked with this camera before. As you can see, it is doing some strange things. I don't think it's going to interfere with the testimony today. During a break, I might ask our IT people to come in here and just kill it. We'll use a normal camera. So anyway, I apologize for the zooming in and zooming out.
Well, and don't worry, like I said, when it gets to my turn to talk, I'll tell you the few things that I have going on here. So certainly you're absolved of all camera incidents as I get over mine. But good morning to everyone there.
Good morning. It's Michelle Singer Nelson appearing on behalf of the Utility Consumer Advocate Office.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Abby Briggerman of the law firm of Holland and Hart. I'm appearing on behalf of the Colorado Cable Telecommunications Association, or CCTA.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Oldemeyer from Ireland Stapleton, and I'm appearing on behalf of Larimer Emergency Telephone Authority, and its corporate representative, Kimberly Culp, is participating and signed in. And then I also represent the Colorado Council of Authorities, Inc., and it is represented through the representative Andrew Dameron, who will join us this afternoon.
All right, good morning.
Joseph Benkert on behalf of Best 911. I represent the Boulder Regional Emergency Telephone Service Authority. Bart Miller is also online. He represents Douglas County and El Paso Teller Emergency Telephone Associations.
All right, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Bart Miller with Collins Cole, and representing the parties Mr. Benkert just indicated.
Okay, good morning.
It's my turn. Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Assistant Attorneys General Justin Cox and Josh Horman with the Attorney General's Office on behalf of trial staff for the Public Utilities Commission.
Good morning, Mr. Cox. You're lucky you were last. You knew there was no one left. I was going to give everyone an A+ for remembering where they were in the lineup that I gave. So good job. Real quickly, I'll tell you, we have 3 hearings that are going on today with the commission, and we have 1 legal assistant who is incredibly good and incredibly kind and incredibly wonderful. And I incredibly don't want her to hate me forever. So what we're going to do, unfortunately, is we're going to take a break for lunch at 11 a.m. We'll probably take one for an hour and a half. I apologize for that, but there's some public hearings that are going to be starting at that time. I want to make sure that she's able to do that, and she's going to be popping back and forth if something happens on that. So figure we're going to take it about 11. Also, if there's one thing that I want less than having my legal assistant hate me, I don't want my court reporter to hate me. So I'm going to check with her at about 10 or 10:15 and see if we need to take a little break. I normally take a break about an hour to an hour and a half into a hearing. So I'm going to check with her. So who's ever doing questioning at that time, realize I might stop and break around that time. What else do I have? I also got a message that my court reporter might be having electrical issues or excuse me, Wi-Fi issues that might happen in her neighborhood while she's doing this today. That was one of the things that popped up when I was getting ready there. So hopefully nothing will happen there, but if it does, we might have an interruption that way. So I just wanted to tell you that. Now I'm going to do my housekeeping stuff. We are conducting this hearing utilizing electronic pre-filed exhibits. A spreadsheet has been prepared to navigate documents pre-filed in the Commission's administrative record. The spreadsheet indicates the latest versions filed at this point in time. The spreadsheet has been marked as Hearing Exhibit 900. It reflects the date of the latest filed version as it appears in the Commission's administrative record. A title reference for hearing exhibits that will be utilized during the hearing, and the titles of the hearing exhibit as reflected in the Commission's records. Because attachments to testimony are part of the hearing exhibit references to attachments to the testimony will include reference to the hearing exhibit. I would like to ask parties referring to an attachment to a pre-filed exhibit to reference both the exhibit number and the attachment. So for instance, hearing exhibit 100 attachment, whatever that attachment is. So the legal assistant can find it real quickly. Any item listed in the spreadsheet is admitted into evidence will be admitted by administrative notice upon the existing filing referenced in the Commission's file. As such, those portions of the administrative record would become part of the evidentiary record. The fact being administratively noticed is that the electronic pre-filed copy of the administrative record is the content of the otherwise admissible exhibit being admitted. So if you don't know these hearings before, it's what we normally do. It's just the spreadsheet that you got emailed to you on Friday and what the legal assistant uses to reference through. But it does become part of the record on that. It's exhibit 900. And so if there's no objection, I'm going to admit into the record exhibit 900. Don't hear any exceptions. I will then ask the last thing I got, because I want to get us going. Do we have any stipulations to the admission of exhibits? I'm guessing we don't. Are we frozen up? I'm frozen up. Nope. Did I lose anybody? No stipulations?
Judge, we did not reach any stipulations, although we didn't reach any disagreements as well. Hopefully we can make this smooth.
Okay. All right. That's all I got. Are there any preliminary matters for any of the parties?
Judge, I have just one preliminary matter. I was trying this morning to upload an additional potential exhibit to box.com, and I kept getting an error. I don't know if it's on my end or if box.com site has been closed. I was wondering if I could email it to your assistant, and perhaps he or she could upload it to our box.com account for us.
Let's see. Ms. Federico, do you want to do it that way, or how would you like that to handle that?
Can you remind me what party it is?
Oh, this is Lumen.
Lumen.
Problem child.
Yeah, it's definitely not down. I've been in it this morning, and I've gotten alerts from other folks adding things. What I see several exhibits in your box. What number is it that you're looking for?
It would be 110.
No, that one's not there. Sure, we can do it that way.
Do you have the capability to do it for us, you think?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that.
It'll be like the sooner you can do it, the better. It'll be hard for me to upload it while you're all doing testimony and asking for other exhibits. So it might be the sooner you can do it, the better.
Are you going to need it before lunch? Remember, we're taking lunch at 11.
Yes. Yes, I believe so. So I'm sending it right now.
All right, well, you do that. Is there any other preliminary matters you have? Anything else?
Not for us, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, staff has one preliminary
Okay.
matter.
Sure.
We would just request for our staff witness, Jennifer Kirkland, to be able to conduct a very brief, at most 5 to 10 minutes, hopefully less, direct of her. This is to respond to CenturyLink's revised supplemental direct testimony and attachments that were filed after answer testimony deadline.
CenturyLink, if you have any objection to that.
No.
Okay. Since CenturyLink has no objection, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, Ms. Olmeyer, yes.
I
Oh,
would
yeah.
like the same opportunity with respect to witness Kimberly Culp to address very narrow questions related to the supplemental direct testimony that was filed after her answer testimony was filed.
All right, when you call her for a witness, then you can get an extra, I don't know, 5 or 10. I don't want 2 hours worth of direct testimony, please.
Oh, no.
Okay. That will not go over big.
I do have a few other preliminary matters, Your Honor.
Sure.
We were advised on Tuesday of a switch of CenturyLink's witness. He will not be Steve Deloach, he will be Jim Carlson. And I don't know if Your Honor has had the opportunity to be notified of that, but we don't know the basis or the reasons, so we take no position. We can't state whether there's good cause for.
It's not unusual in our proceedings to have someone adopt the testimony of someone. So I didn't see it. I don't. If he's not able to answer anything on cross-examination, it's certainly going to taint the ability of his testimony. So
Okay.
We'll see. If you have no objection, I'll probably allow it anyway. But.
Okay. And then with respect to the exhibits of CenturyLink, there is some confusion on my part about what was publicly filed and what is confidential. And so my understanding, and I just wanted to verify that for the record, that exhibit 100, which is the direct testimony of Steve Deloach, that was filed publicly. It is not confidential. And then exhibit 100, attachment SD1 is the second amended improvement application. That was also filed publicly in February of 2024. So that is not confidential. And then the rest of exhibit 100 would be. And then with respect to exhibit 101, that's the supplemental direct testimony. That was filed publicly. And so that is not confidential. And my understanding is that exhibit 101 attachment SD4 was also filed publicly and is not confidential. So for purposes of expediting examination, I just wanted to make sure that there was agreement on that.
Well, all files are filed publicly, and then if there's confidential information, there's also confidential filing on it. I assume that that's the case in each one of these. I have not examined them to make sure, but when an exhibit's being used, and that's one thing I do want to mention to everyone too, don't forget, we do have confidential stuff I know filed in this proceeding. Before you ask any questions about any confidential information, please tell me ahead of time so we can take this proceeding offline for those questions. But is there anything that from CenturyLink that you've heard incorrectly that Ms. Olmeyer said?
No, Judge, I believe we agree with Ms. Olmeyer's characterization. Just with when you talk about the testimony being filed publicly, it's just the testimony, it's not the attachments, and I assume that's what she was referring to. So yes, it's just the testimony, both public, SD1 to Exhibit 100 also is public, but the attachments to that document, SD1-1, SD1-2, those are still confidential. And I think that's what Ms. Oldmeyer was referring to. So yeah, I think we're all on the same page.
Okay, good enough. All right. Anybody have anything else before we get started? Oh man, one more.
And I apologize. I'm trying to expedite the presentation of evidence, but the FCC audit, that is a confidential attachment. In this case, it's confidential Exhibit 100, attachment SD1-8C. That was actually filed publicly in a different proceeding. It was filed publicly in 23A-0197T on June 3rd, 2024. At pages 24 through 28. The content is the same. It's just that the formatting is different. So it's actually legible and one can read it. And so we would ask that Your Honor take administrative or judicial notice of that filing in 23M-0236T, pages 24 through 28. And we did put that in our folder as Exhibit 601.
Do you plan to admit that or present that?
Because it was filed publicly, it just expedites. We can put it up on the screen and use those pages in discussion. I don't know if there was an intentional waiver of confidentiality or not, but I've got one version of the same document designated confidential that's hard to read, and then one that was filed publicly that you can actually read.
Well, I could say, if you were planning on using that and want to admit that into an exhibit, then we'll do it that way. If you don't, then I'm not going to take administrative notice of it and then also admit it as an exhibit, and then have it as a third exhibit too when CenturyLink tries to get their exhibits in. So, tell me how you want to handle it.
Okay.
When I get there.
I only did that because I thought Rule 1501 subsection C required me to do it, actually label it as an exhibit. So if Your Honor is willing to take judicial notice of it without it being admitted.
I mean, if you want to move for administrative notice, technically it's administrative notice here. But if you want to move for administrative notice of that and you give it to the other parties, and they know what's going on with it and I can see it, I can do that. But it's kind of hard for me to look to grant administrative notice. If you plan on using it as an exhibit in the hearing, you can try to admit it that way. Like I say, my only worry is I don't want it admitted 3 different ways for the same document. I just clutter up my record if I do that. So figure out how you want to get it in and do it that way.
Okay. And then
as long as it gets in, it gets in. But.
Yeah, and the same will hold true then. I'll just email all of these to opposing counsel now, but it's things that the parties have referred to special investigation reports filed in 23M-0145T and 24M-0020T. And so I'll email those, which I've marked as exhibits. If there's no objection by opposing counsel, we'll proceed at that, but I can go ahead and proceed with my direct.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Not on behalf of Leah and CCOA, Your Honor.
Okay. Not seeing anyone else with anything. That being the case, let's get started and CenturyLink may call their first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. For our first witness, we would call James Carlson.
Hey, Mr. Carlson, you raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right, sir. Is anyone there with you? There is.
Is there anyone here with me? Yeah, the individuals mentioned already.
Okay. All right. You don't have any notes or anything there to help you? Do you have any documentation with you?
There's my testimony is here, yeah. And
okay.
But not in front of me.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. And we'll go ahead with your direct.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Carlson, could you identify your name again for the record and tell us by whom you're employed and what you do?
Yes, my name is James Carlson. I also go by Jim. My role as Senior Director at CenturyLink or Lumen is to care for the customer experience of our public safety customers across the country. So my direct team that I am in charge of is responsible for the sales conversations that we have with customers. I also work in a matrix management forum with other individuals who are dedicated to public safety across the country. Steve Deloche is one of those individuals who leads our engineering team. I work with Steve literally every day on topics pertinent to public safety. I also work with our customer care team, our network operations center, our marketing business development. I have end-to-end responsibility for the customer experience.
And how long have you been employed by the company?
I've been employed with the company for 35 years.
And how many of those years have focused on the public safety market segment?
9 years now.
Have you testified in commission proceedings before?
I have back at the passage of the Telecommunications Act of 1996. I was a part of the external affairs group at Sprint at the time, a permutation of our company, and involved in regulatory hearings across the country as Sprint sought to receive CLEC status, and then really advocating competition across the country.
Can you give us some examples of some states that you testified in?
Missouri, Minnesota, Colorado, California, Massachusetts, Arizona. Yeah, so I think there's 9 or 10 states I testified before.
And finally, could you give us your educational background?
My bachelor's degree is in computer science, and my master's degree is in management.
Mr. Carlson, let me refer you to what has been marked in this proceeding as Exhibit 100, which is the direct testimony of Steve Deloche. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
Okay. Did you have a role in participating in the drafting of that testimony?
In my role at Lumen, given I'm responsible for the customer experience and I was aware that the testimony was being developed, but I didn't directly write it.
Okay. Have you reviewed the testimony?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And again, who is Mr. Deloche?
Steve Deloche is manager of sales engineering for public safety at Lumen. So he leads a team of individuals who design public safety solutions for our customers.
And why is Mr. Deloche not able to participate today?
He wasn't available this week.
Do you, having read this testimony marked as Exhibit 100, do you adopt this testimony as your own?
I did.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we would move to admit the direct testimony of Steve Deloche, which is marked as hearing Exhibit 100.
Any objection to Exhibit 100? Hearing none, so.
Your Honor?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Had that already been admitted as part of Exhibit 900?
No, it's not. Technically, we still got to go through the whole deal. The 900, it's a weird kind of deal, but everything has to still be admitted. So 100 shall be admitted.
Mr. Carlson, let me draw your attention to what we've marked as Exhibit 101, entitled the Supplemental Direct Testimony of Steve Deloche. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
Okay. And have you read it?
I have.
Okay. And again, did you assist in the preparation of that supplemental direct testimony?
Again, I was aware that the testimony was being developed, but I wasn't directly involved in writing it.
Having read the supplemental direct testimony, do you adopt this testimony as your own?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit Exhibit 101.
Any objection to 101? Hearing none, it shall be admitted.
All right. 1 second. I'm sorry for this. The only other document I want to have him refer to right now is the one that unfortunately I was not able to upload. So I have sent it to Federico, and with now the appropriate header hopefully on it. It's not a confidential document.
So
oh, go ahead.
I haven't received it yet.
No. I would just gonna ask a few questions generally before we get to that document, so I think we can save some time.
What do you can turn them over for cross-examination if you want. I mean,
and then come back.
And come back, you know.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how long it's going to take to get this document in or get it over, and I don't want to wait 10 minutes to do that. I'd kind of like to do something in the meantime.
Understood. Understood. Why don't I just have him describe the nature of the change that's going to be reflected in that document, then we can turn him over for cross and then bring him back.
That's fine. That sounds good.
Okay. Mr. Carlson, in connection with your preparation of the testimony, did you notice any errors in calculations of the monthly recurring costs?
There were some changes required to the cost of the Ethernet project, and those changes resulted in bringing the cost down a little bit, and so that changed the MRC rate to be down as well.
And in the document that I show you, is that what's going to be reflected in there?
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, I thank you. I thank everyone for their patience on this, and I'd like to tender Mr. Carlson for cross, and maybe at a good point we'll bring up 110 again, or this document up here, which we're going to mark as Exhibit 110, and have him talk about it, and then have him turn it back to back to cross.
Okay, that sounds good. Yes, Ms. Olmeyer.
Your Honor, I have a clarifying question. When Exhibit 100 was offered, does that include all attachments?
It sure does.
Okay, and the same with Exhibit 101. Thank you.
All
And
right.
Your Honor, before we move on, and maybe just a clarifying, I don't think we've seen this latest document yet.
No, you haven't. I can guarantee you haven't.
If it could be sent here, it's kind of hard to cross on it if we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
and then for them to get admitted.
Yeah, as soon as we get it up, we'll do that. But at the very least, he's explained what it is, so you know what it is, and you can keep that in your mind. No, as far as what it concerns is what I'm saying.
Right. Sure.
So, and if that's all you're going to cross on, it's going to be a short day.
Sure.
But since you probably got other things to cross on, you can start on those. But you can't, Mr. Cox, because you're not first. So, Ms. Olmeyer, I believe you are first. Is that not correct? So you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Carlson. My name is Tracy Oldemeyer, and I represent two parties in this proceeding: LEDA, the Larimer Emergency Telephone Authority, and CCOA, the Colorado Council of Authorities, Inc. We've never met, correct?
No, we haven't, but it's nice to meet you now.
Nice to meet you as well, remotely.
Remotely, exactly.
You flew to Colorado for purposes of the proceeding
I did.
and your testimony, correct?
Yes.
The topics that are addressed in Exhibit 100, that's the direct testimony of Steve Deloach. Those topics are relevant to this proceeding, correct?
Yes, they are.
And one of those attachments, that would be attachment SD-1. That's the actual second amended application in this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And the topics addressed in there are relevant to this proceeding, aren't they?
They are.
And the same holds true with Exhibit 101 and its attachments. The topics addressed therein are relevant to this proceeding, correct?
They are.
Okay. Going back to your qualifications and I heard Lumen and I heard CenturyLink. Who is your employer?
Well, the employer is Lumen. That's the name we go by. When we rebranded from CenturyLink to Lumen, in my role, I started using Lumen all the time. It's a little bit of a twist for me in this particular proceeding to have to reference CenturyLink again, but I work for Lumen.
You work for Lumen and that, can you state the full name of the legal entity? Lumen.
You know, I'm not sure the full legal name, to be honest.
Okay. We're here as a representative of what company?
I'm here as a representative of CenturyLink, doing business as Lumen.
The basic emergency service provider in Colorado is known as Qwest Corporation, doing business as CenturyLink QC. Are you familiar with that entity?
I am.
So what relation does that entity have to the your references to CenturyLink and Lumen?
Qwest is a legal entity that CenturyLink acquired. CenturyLink rebranded to Lumen. Different legal entities, from my point of view, all part of the same company.
So if I understand correctly, Qwest Corporation doing business as CenturyLink QC is the same as Lumen Technologies Inc. and CenturyLink Inc.
Correct.
How long have you been in the telecom industry, sir?
Since 1987.
And with respect to Qwest Corporation doing business as CenturyLink QC, that's a publicly traded entity, correct?
Yes, it is.
Is Lumen Technologies Inc. a separate publicly traded entity?
No.
And its role, for purposes of this proceeding, can we refer to Qwest Corporation doing business as CenturyLink QC as CenturyLink?
Sure.
Okay. CenturyLink wears multiple hats. It's a network provider, correct?
Correct.
It's a local provider of voice and broadband.
Correct.
It's a national and international network operator.
Correct.
And it's a wholesale services provider.
That's correct.
It also enters into interconnection agreements with originating service providers.
We do.
And that's where CenturyLink transports other carriers' traffic for a fee. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be an example of that, yes.
Approximately what portion of CenturyLink's business nationwide relates to basic emergency service?
I'm not aware of what that portion is.
Would you agree with me that with respect to all of the other hats we described, 911 or basic emergency service is a very small portion?
Well, it depends on the definition of small, but it's one piece of a multi-billion-dollar company.
But you have no idea what approximate portion or size piece?
I don't know the exact percentage, but it would.
For reference real quickly here, not that I think that it's wholly irrelevant, but are you talking about nationwide? Because I thought your question listed nationwide as opposed to Colorado. I'm not sure why I care nationwide, but what are you referencing here, Colorado or nationwide?
I was going to do nationwide first and then Colorado, Your Honor.
Why do I care about nationwide?
It relates to the services that flow into Colorado, the transport network, which is nationwide, and the arrangements with other carriers.
Am I approving a nationwide carrier service or something in this proceeding that I'm not aware of?
No, we're addressing projects that specifically relate to transport technology and
In
the
the state-
request
In the
that,
state of Colorado?
right, and the request that 100% of those costs be allocated to emergency service, basic emergency service. So my question was approximately, Mr. Carlson, approximately, what portion of CenturyLink's business relates to 911 nationwide?
It's a small percentage, but I don't know the exact percentage. It's a small percentage.
And then what about in Colorado?
An even smaller percentage relative to nationwide.
So you're familiar with Colorado's EZNet service
I am.
and CenturyLink's Colorado BES network?
I am.
You're familiar with Rule 2143 that brings us to the application at issue?
I am.
When did you become aware that you would be the witness for CenturyLink at today's hearing?
Approximately 3 weeks ago.
You have knowledge of the monthly recurring charges that are in current tariff 25 governing the state of Colorado?
I do.
And are you familiar with the additional services and features that CenturyLink indicated it intends to offer through a tariff amendment at some point in 2024?
I am.
Is it an accurate statement that none of the additional services and features being contemplated are dependent upon the approval of any project in this second amended improvement plan application?
The scope of these projects are focused on inter-office capabilities or resiliency, and upgrading the local last mile loops to Ethernet out to the PSAPs. The other projects that we're anticipating would be added to that.
Okay, so the last mile diversity portion of the Ethernet upgrade project, the additional services and features are dependent upon approval of that.
Not necessarily, no. There's services that we will provide for GIS data management that wouldn't be dependent on that.
Okay, but other additional services like text to 911 or the GIS routing, those are dependent upon approval of the last mile upgrade proposed here?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. When you review the second amended application, which is Exhibit 100 Attachment SD 1C, pages 1 through 4 of that refer to the application that CenturyLink filed in 2023 and then withdrew, correct?
Correct.
And then pages 5 and 6 of that exhibit refer to the meetings with the stakeholders that were held in the fall of 2023 before the amended application was filed in 2024, true?
Correct.
And CenturyLink is taking the position that the content of this second amended application is based on feedback received from the stakeholders and information available from CenturyLink engineers.
Correct.
Have you read staff's testimony, Exhibit 400?
I have.
Have you read Lita's testimony, Exhibit 600 and its attachments?
I have.
Have you read CCAOA's answer testimony and its attachments, Exhibit 700?
I have.
Is it an accurate statement that the 2024 amended application filed February 15th, 2024 asked that 100% of the $7.4 million improvements be paid for through the improvement plan application process?
That's accurate.
Are you aware of a filing that CenturyLink made just 3 days prior in a rulemaking in Colorado, 23A-0197T?
I'm not familiar with that filing.
Is it an accurate statement if it was made on February 12th, 2024 in a filing made in 23A-0577T on page 4, that events that occur in the local network, regardless of which OSP's network, are not basic emergency service events and are not subject to commission regulation?
I'm not familiar with the commission regulation, so I'm not really in a position to answer that.
Your Honor, we would ask for administrative notice of CenturyLink's filing in 23A-0577T on February 12th, 2024 for purposes of CenturyLink statements made in that proceeding that this witness is not familiar with.
Mr. Carlson, did you have anything to do with that proceeding?
I did not.
Okay. Is there any objection to administrative notice of the filing referenced by Ms. Oldemeyer?
Yeah, I believe so, Judge. On relevance, he obviously, the witness isn't familiar with the testimony, so there's no tie-in with this witness. If there's something in that particular other proceeding that has some bearing on this proceeding, it hasn't come out yet. Perhaps Ms. Oldemeyer can bring it out with her own witness, but at this point, I don't see any relevance between the statement in a different proceeding. I haven't seen much relevance in this testimony altogether, frankly, up to this point, but certainly not with respect to a different proceeding.
Ms. Oldemeyer, what do you say to that? I haven't seen, I'm not sure what this document purports to say, or would it be better through your own witness?
Yeah, that proceeding relates to the clarifying the outage rules for basic emergency service in Colorado. It's critically important. It ties into the whole point of an improvement plan application, the intent and purpose behind Rule 2143. And it's this entity's own statements that we intend to use against the entity when it's asking that 100% of the cost of a certain project be allocated under the basic emergency improvement plan process, which goes down to rates that ultimately Colorado citizens will pay through that statewide surcharge. Whether something is an OSP network issue and should be paid for the company through its normal operations versus BES is a critical issue in this case. And the relevancy will be established throughout this proceeding, and we'll tie it together in the statements of position. Obviously, Your Honor can reject the positions of my clients, Lita and CCOA, but the relevancy is critically important and should be admitted under the Administrative Procedures Act and the rules permitted therein. And you know, we ask that you take administrative notice of CenturyLink's own statements in a commission proceeding relating to outages affecting the BES network.
Since it is CenturyLink's filings in a proceeding before the commission, if you tell me again exactly what give me the proceeding and what pages and or paragraphs included in there that you'd like administrative notice of.
Certainly, Your Honor. It's proceeding 23R-0577T. It was CenturyLink's comments filed on February 12th, 2024. And the relevant section is on page 4.
Page 4. Okay. All right. I'll take administrative notice of CenturyLink's filing on 12/12/24, page 4 in proceeding 23R-0577T. Is that correct?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm just triple checking my citation to page 4 here.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it would be pages 3 on to page 4.
We'll say 3 and 4. I hate bringing the whole thing in if it's like 50 or 60 pages.
No, it's 10.
No, that's what I mean. So that is what the relevant part.
Okay. Mr. Carlson, we're using an acronym, OSP. Can you just explain what is an OSP?
So the acronym is Originating Service Provider. In the context of 911, it is the organizations that originate a 911 call. Could be a local exchange carrier, could be a wireless carrier, could be a provider of VoIP services. It's any provider that originates the 911 call that then has to interface with the 911 network to get to a public safety answer point or PSAP.
Or get it to a point where it hands off the call to the basic emergency service provider for Colorado.
The BSP being defined as the 911 provider, yes.
In your answer, I don't know if you use the acronym LEC or ILEC, but what is a LEC or an ILEC?
So a LEC is a local exchange carrier, also known as an ILEC. A local exchange carrier is a organization that has historically provided local exchange service in its franchise territories in the state. So Qwest operated as a local exchange carrier in the state. CenturyLink operates as a local exchange carrier in Colorado. And the purpose of a local exchange carrier is to originate and terminate local traffic.
Thank you. In some of the documents that have been admitted, there's a reference to other acronyms, and I just want to make sure that for purposes of when we tie this all together, they're understood terms. What's a POP?
A point of presence.
And what is a point of presence?
A point of presence is where two network facilities meet. There's lots and lots of examples of POPs, but it is essentially, it's where two network facilities exist in a centralized location.
Approximately how many points of presence exist in Colorado?
I'm not sure what for the purpose, I don't know. Short answer is I'm not aware of what that number is. There could be a range of POPs in Colorado. There could be POPs for OSPs to integrate with the 911 network. There can be POPs for interconnecting with long distance companies. There's a range of POPs that could exist.
Okay. Are you able to answer how many POPs exist for purposes of entry into the basic emergency service network in Colorado?
I'm not aware of what that number is, no.
What are meet points?
A meet point is another type of place where network facilities come together. A POP is generally a more comprehensive place where multiple players or multiple organizations can bring their networks together, whereas a meet point is typically one carrier to another or one telecommunication provider to another.
Okay. Where is Denver, Maine?
I don't know the physical address in the Denver area.
Okay, what is Denver, Maine?
Denver, Maine is a central office in Denver that the company owns and manages. A range of telecommunication services are delivered either directly out of Denver, Maine, or those telecommunication services come through that location to be transported to other parts of the state.
Is it an aggregation point for the basic emergency service network?
I'm not sure if it is. I don't know for sure on that.
A few more terms I want to talk about: groom or grooming. What does that mean?
You know, grooming is a process that network companies do over time to evaluate their networks, to make changes to where circuits are riding on different parts of the network. It's an ongoing process to make sure that the networks are defined as efficiently as possible.
Is it possible that a facility cannot carry 911 traffic because it's not groomed for 911 traffic?
Well, you don't really groom for a particular type of traffic. You groom for the way circuits are designed into a network architecture. So I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Okay, so you're telling me there's no specific grooming needed that's specific for 911. It's just call traffic.
So 911 circuits are tagged, so we know that they're 911 circuits. There's attention paid in the grooming process to make sure that if the circuit that we're looking at is a 911 circuit, that it is treated accordingly. But there isn't a specific grooming process for 911.
There can be a specific grooming process, though, for circuits that are designated 911 circuits.
As part of the grooming process, 911 circuits could be evaluated.
Hey, Ms. Omeyer,
Yes, sir.
could you tell me what project talks about grooming?
It's in the FCC audit, which is attachment exhibit 100 attachment.
That wasn't my question. My question is what project?
It relates to the Sonnet to Ethernet project and the outages related to that, as well as the equipment upgrade, Lamar to Burlington, that will need the equipment so that traffic can flow.
You're going to help me more if when you're going down lines like this, if you relate them to a project, because that's what I'm looking at.
Okay. I'll expedite this then and ask these questions specific to the projects.
I mean, not that I'm not incredibly curious about everything that goes into the 911 system, but I'm here about projects.
Yeah. Well, let me ask Mr. Carlson this question. Would you agree with me, Mr. Carlson, that 911 is extremely complex?
I would definitely agree with that.
And so it's important for purposes of someone like a governing body or a PSAP to understand that network, correct?
Well, I think it depends on the level of understanding. So I've been with the company for 35 years. I've learned a lot about telecommunications over the years. I don't have the same level of understanding as our engineers do. That's their area of expertise. So I depend on them to have a level of understanding that is way deeper than mine. So when I think about like staff like Jennifer Kirkland or even Daryl Branson, individuals I've had a chance to speak with over the years, I want them to have an understanding of at the appropriate level of detail of how the 911 system in Colorado works. But the question really gets to at what level of detail should that understanding exist, and how much into the engineering components of it would we go into?
If we could please pull up exhibit 101 attachment SD4, which is not a confidential exhibit, and turn to page 3. Are these the projects that are at issue in the application that you are asking Judge Garvey to consider?
They are.
And so the total in the far right column, bottom right, is $4.648 million, correct?
Correct.
And if you look at the columns, there's a total of 6 projects, correct?
Correct.
And if you go to page 2, the preceding page, in the bottom chart, what you are asking is, in part, Judge Garvey to consider approving this project using math for 623 concurrent sessions over a 24-month recovery period, correct?
We're requesting recovery over 12 months. We've showed 2 options here, 12 months and 24 months.
Okay. So you prefer the top chart, not the bottom chart?
That's what we requested.
Okay. And with respect to the top chart, that increases the statewide surcharge by over 5 cents, correct?
Yes.
And on the bottom chart, that increases the statewide 911 surcharge to approximately 3 cents, correct?
Correct.
But neither one of these charts include the last mile diversity MRC that you mentioned earlier in your testimony, correct?
No, that's a separate charge.
Okay. And so have you done any calculations adding that MRC into the state 911 surcharge to determine if the bottom chart puts it at above 3 cents?
No, I've not done that calculation.
And with respect to the revisions, Exhibit 110 that will be forthcoming, is the change that you made it from 600 concurrent sessions to 623 concurrent sessions?
No.
If we look at this page 2 of the exhibit that is up, and using the 24-month recovery period, the monthly recurring charge under tariff 25 goes up per concurrent session by $310.86. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would begin to flow in March of 2025?
Correct.
And so if you multiply $310.86 by 623 concurrent sessions, that's 193,000 plus that will be coming in to cover the cost of these projects, correct?
I'll accept the math of that, yes.
I'm going to go to the equipment upgrade for Burlington and Lamar. That's an inter-office diversity project, as you described, or excuse me, as Mr. Deloche described in Exhibit 100, correct?
That's correct.
And an inter-office diversity project goes between CenturyLink's central offices, correct?
Correct.
And the first attachment to the second amended improvement plan, we don't need to pull it up because it's confidential, but that would be attachment Exhibit 100, attachment SD1-1C, page 2 is an actual map of those inter-office facilities in Colorado, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a copy in front of you?
I don't. Just a second.
Are you going to be asking questions about the confidential exhibit?
I just wanted him to explain the legend, and I didn't know if explaining the legend would need to be off the record. If it is,
I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I don't know what your questions are going to be. I just heard that word confidential pop out, and so if they're not, be careful. That's all I'll say.
I have the map in front of me.
okay. For purposes of the administrative law judge's understanding of that particular exhibit and the arguments that will be made from it, are you able to publicly explain what the legends under the facilities by owner and type mean? Or do we need to go off the record?
Well, I'm familiar with the naming here of certain facilities are leased, certain facilities are our fiber, but I can't speak to the specifics, sir. I'm not familiar with the specific examples here.
You're not familiar with the color coding?
Excuse me?
You're not familiar with the color coding?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Or the descriptions that follow the color coding under facilities by owner and type?
What I would say is where it says lease, those are lease facilities. Where it says fiber, those are fiber. Where it says T carrier, those are T1 systems. And so it's the different kinds of underlying facilities that we use across the state in Colorado.
Can you briefly describe what is a central office?
Central office is a physical building that houses telecommunications equipment. It's used for different purposes across a range of services that telecommunication providers provide to their customers.
And those are noted in the confidential exhibit 100 attachment SD1-1C. They're noted with yellow circles, correct?
Correct.
And there's
Yes,
there's approximately 227 central offices in Colorado.
that's my understanding, yes.
Are central offices specific for 911 traffic?
No,
They carry all traffic, correct?
correct.
So if the central office diversity is increased or improved, that is for the benefit of all traffic, including 911 traffic.
Well, it depends on if the traffic uses the improvement. So that's in the case of the projects that we're proposing now, the only traffic that we're aware of is traffic that's dedicated to 911.
You identify for me the central offices in Colorado that are 911 specific.
Well, there are none.
Okay.
There are no 911 only central offices.
Would you agree with me where everything, even if you have middle mile diversity, funnels down to a central office, there is common equipment shared in that central office, correct?
The real common equipment is the building itself. Within the building is racks of different kinds of telecommunications equipment that can be used for different purposes. Sometimes the equipment's dedicated to a particular service. Sometimes the equipment is dedicated to a particular customer. But the only thing that's really common is the central office itself.
Okay. So is it your testimony that there's no unavoidable common equipment in a central office?
I'm not saying there's no common equipment. I'm saying that it depends on which part of the central office you're talking about, the definition of common. So there's common for the infrastructure itself, the building that's shared by everything in the building. If you go into the building and you see racks of equipment and look at the equipment that's in those racks, sometimes that equipment is common to a service. Sometimes it's common to a customer in a particular situation. It's all situational, it varies.
Okay, so there can be equipment common to the basic emergency service that CenturyLink provides.
Sure, there could be.
Okay, and with respect to that central office, that building you described, if the power goes out, that's a problem, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you might have middle mile diversity to get to that central office could be a single point of failure because of a power failure, correct?
You have to take care of each piece, and certainly power at the central office is one, correct?
Landline calls can go through a central office, correct?
They do.
And wireless calls can go through a central office?
They can in the right situation. So if a wireless carrier is interconnecting with our network in Colorado and those calls are getting to their end users on facilities that are in an end office or a central office, it could. It all depends on the particular situation.
With respect to this project, the Burlington Lamar upgrade, that is for additional equipment that's needed to use fiber connections that exist between Cheyenne Wells and Kit Carson, correct?
Correct. You need two pieces here in order to turn up a new circuit. One is you need the fiber itself. It's the glass that the calls travel across. The second piece you need is the electronics to actually use the glass. It lights it up, makes the lights flicker. And so in this case, in order to utilize fiber that's already there for this diversity, we need the incremental equipment that lights up that fiber.
Okay. So the fiber's there and it's owned by a third party, correct?
I'm not aware that it's owned by a third party.
If you look at the map in front of you and you use the legend between Kit Carson and Cheyenne Wells, does the legend help you answer my question?
I'm not aware of I wouldn't want to answer that, with certainty. I just don't know if there's any lumen fiber there or if it's leased fiber.
If there's lumen fiber there, well, let me back up. There's fiber there, correct?
Correct.
And there's fiber that's been there for years, correct?
I don't know how long it's been there, but it's there now.
And that fiber carries traffic.
I assume so.
The only missing piece is this equipment, or excuse me, the electronics that you described to light it up.
Correct.
And this is
So
just.
the fiber strand, I'm sorry, just to clarify, the fiber strands that we're looking to access would be dark and would be lit up with the equipment that we're proposing.
So they're not being used for any inter-office diversity purpose now?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Why is it on your inter-office map then? If it's not serving any purpose currently?
Well, the fiber route itself would have fiber optic cables within the route that could be used for other purposes. What we're looking to do is to light up strands that aren't being used, and we need the electronics to do that.
Looking at the legend, there's a reference to an independent switch. Can you explain what's an independent switch?
I'm not familiar with that terminology.
The additional equipment that you're proposing would benefit all traffic, not just 911 traffic, true?
The only traffic we're aware of right now that'll benefit from that will be 911 traffic.
I don't understand your answer. Is it your testimony that there will be no voice calls, no traffic, other than 911 calls?
It's my testimony that when we look at the facts at hand, that the facts at hand say that the traffic that will use these facilities that are being put in place will be 911 traffic. Beyond that, who might theoretically or hypothetically use, or how we might use it in the future, I don't have any information to answer how that might develop.
Okay. If I'm a citizen in Cheyenne Wells and I place a 911 call, when is it identified as a 911 call?
It's identified as a 911 call by the local switch that serves the citizen.
And that's in the central office?
Correct.
So the call has to get to the central office to even determine if it's a call to mom or a 911 call?
It does, across a local loop.
Does CenturyLink have local customers in that area?
Yes.
Does CenturyLink have interconnection agreements with carriers to transport their traffic in that area?
we have interconnection with other carriers in the state. I'm not sure how it specifically would apply here in this part of the state.
Are you aware of any time CenturyLink has taken the position that a fiber cut affecting PSAPs in that area were outages in the OSP network, not the basic emergency service network?
I'm not aware of specific statements, no.
Your Honor, I'd ask that you take administrative notice of outage investigation 2406 filed in Commission Proceeding 24M0020T as in Tom. And that's a outage affecting Prowers County and the PSAP in that facility and CenturyLink's positions taken in that case.
What was filed in that case? I have the case number, but what exactly was filed and by who and by who?
Yep. So the commission staff filed report number 24-06. Okay. And it's an 11-page filing. And in particular on page 7, paragraph 6, CenturyLink's response was, this was a fiber cut in the OSP network and was not a failure of the BES service.
All right. Is there any objection to taking administrative notice of that 2406 outage filing by the commission staff in proceeding 24M-002T?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Administrative notice shall be taken of that.
And in that, Mr. Carlson, are you aware that CenturyLink took the position that interoffice diversity in that OSP network could have mitigated or prevented that outage caused by the fiber cut?
I'm not aware of that specific statement that was made then.
Let's go to the cost of this. So CenturyLink got one quote for this piece of equipment and it's $235,000 roughly, correct?
Correct.
And that's all in with all of the optional services listed in the quote, correct?
Correct.
And so with all those optional services listed, there's really nothing left for CenturyLink to do. It's that company is going to install it and migrate the traffic, correct?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. You know, to put a piece of equipment into the network, like the example here, we would leverage the organization that supplies us with the equipment. That they may be the group that does the installation. It may be a Lumen technician that does the installation. There'll certainly be ongoing maintenance of that equipment that would be required over time. And so I would expect the Lumen technician to be engaged in that.
Okay, but I'm just talking about getting it set up. All of the optional services include all in. That company is going to turn it on for you. Is that correct?
You know, I'm not specific with all the features on this particular equipment, so I don't know if 100% of the features available are included here or just the features required for this particular situation. We would send our quote request to the company laying out specifically what we needed for this particular situation in terms of functionality, and then what we would get back from the supplier would be a quote that supported those requirements.
Okay. And so if one wanted to look at the detail for that in particular, one would go to Exhibit 100, attachment SD 1-5C, page 3, to look at the equipment total, the optional fiber characterization, the optional budgetary E, F, and I services, and the traffic migration services, correct?
Correct.
And that's how you get to the $235,000 total, correct?
Correct.
If we could put up Exhibit 101, attachment SD4 at page 3, it's SD4 revision 2, please.
Hey, Ms. Oldemeyer, I'm going to ask you real quickly. I apologize. I really apologize. But before you start in on that, I want to go off the record for 1 second. I just want to check with my court reporter because it's 10:15, and I want to make sure she's okay. And Tracy, are you okay?
I'm good to go to 11.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure on that. Okay, I apologize, Ms. Oldmeyer. I got to take care of people who take care of me. So
Thank
we'll
you.
go back.
Let's get a glass of water.
We'll go back on the record. Hurry up with that.
Okay. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, Mr. Carlson, I've put back up the Exhibit 101 attachment SD4 page 3, and the Burlington Lamar equipment project is the third column. So the equipment costs are the $235,000 in the second row, correct?
Correct.
And then there's an overhead charge of 6% that totals $14,000. What's the overhead?
So I think it's important to kind of segregate costs here. So as you described earlier, the functionality, that the costs to deliver the functionality from the supplier is in the $235,000. It's let's call it the setup costs, that the engineering costs, the things of that nature that we need to get the equipment up and running. But it's not the total of costs that we incur even in the installation process or the ongoing taking care of the equipment once it's in place. So that's why we use a factor here in this case of 6% to account for those additional costs that we would expect to incur beyond the initial costs. In other proceedings, we've used 8.76% as that overhead that's been accepted in the past in the EZNet tariff and the ECATS tariff. And so this line item here is seeking to, to quantify using a factor what those overhead or additional costs might be.
Okay. And again, I'm just going to ask real narrow questions because I'm limited in time. But so is it your testimony that overhead is engineering costs and then ongoing maintenance and things like that?
Overhead is a range of costs. It could be shipping costs. It could be, there's a range of costs. That's why it's a factor. It's a factor based on experience that has been developed to allocate an amount to expected costs going forward.
Okay. So it's not an actual cost-based figure where shipping costs $1,000 and sales tax was $1,500. It's not that level of detail. It's just, like you said, a 6% estimate.
It's a factor based on experience.
And so you calculate then, looking back at this exhibit for the Burlington Lamar equipment project, you get a subtotal of $249,431.50, correct?
Correct.
And you're calculating CenturyLink's profit off of that subtotal that includes this 6% overhead factor, correct?
Correct.
And then with respect to capital costs, you're adding 15% per year. If this was over 24 months, there would be 37,000 plus for 2 years, correct?
Correct.
And so the difference is for purchasing a piece of equipment worth $235,312 with all optional services provided by that vendor, CenturyLink gets another $115,138.52, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Could you ask it again?
The difference between the equipment costs of $235,000 plus and the total cost line, the 350, is roughly 115,000, correct?
That's the difference between the two, correct?
And CenturyLink's going to own that equipment outright.
Correct.
And there are no restrictions on its use, no oversight of whether it's specific to 911 or used for all call traffic. True?
what we've identified for use of this equipment is 911 traffic exclusively. That's what we've identified here. So it was engineered to do that. I'm not aware of any extra capacity in this equipment to be used for other services. It's the equipment that has been identified to enable the fiber connectivity for 911 services.
And so, again, my question is, there's no restrictions on its use though in your proposal, correct?
No restrictions, but it's purposed for just one thing, and that's 911.
And so for purposes of this piece of equipment, if the MRC is the $310 that we talked about earlier, times 623 concurrent sessions, if the first month and month and a half are allocated specifically to this project, if it's approved, that would cover the full cost of this piece of equipment, correct?
I'd have to see the math. I'm not tracking with your math here.
Is there any way that by paying in full the cost of that piece of equipment, these roughly $74,000 in capital costs could be avoided?
Well, so I guess I'll answer it this way. So the capital costs shown here for year 1, year 2 are anticipating that per our request, we would begin investing in this in 2024. And so since the recovery wouldn't start until March, and then it would come in a month at a time, we would expend the capital upfront in everything that we need, and then the recovery would come in over time. And so since we're leveraging Lumen capital to enable that, there would be capital costs that we have to account for. So there is nothing in our calculations that anticipate the monies being received in 2024. In fact, I don't know how that could even happen if the rates wouldn't be approved until March of 2025.
That was my question, sir. I directed it to March of 2025 when that additional surcharge increase started. The capital costs could be avoided if the cost of equipment it was allocated specifically to that project right away versus spread over all approved projects.
I suppose that's theoretically correct, but I don't see how that plays out given the timing and how funding works in Colorado. So our recommendation has to reflect the most probable situation, which is we're expending our capital and we have to account for the cost of that capital, and then taxes and depreciation, other items that would be additional costs.
Will you clarify for the ALJ, when you say capital costs, exactly what are you referring to? You've mentioned the time value of money, that you fronted the costs and need to recoup it over time, depending on how you take the dollars and allocate them over all the approved projects. What else?
What we reflected in the 15% is the carrying cost of the capital. And that's a calculation that our finance organization does and then provides out to the engineering team to use, our business case developers. It also includes a recognition that there will be taxes that will be owed on the services provided, and also a recognition. Again, our assumption here is the recovery comes in over time. When we make an investment, a capital investment like we would be doing here, per tax purposes, we depreciate that over long periods of time, whatever the IRS allows for a particular class of asset. And so that means you're getting the revenue over 2 years, but the depreciation is being spread over multiple years. So it creates a tax burden that we have to account for in these capital costs. So that's the depreciation piece.
Okay, and so what portion of that 15% are carrying costs and what portion is this recognition of taxes on services provided that you just described?
I don't have that split out by subparts. I just have the overall 15%.
Okay, and so you're saying you get to own a piece of equipment without incurring an actual expense because you're reimbursed, right?
Well, we do incur an expense. You know, we'll pay the companies who will put in the fiber and who will implement the equipment. So we will incur that capital, just like any project will do. Any project across the company that has a capital portion will incur that. And then we'll balance against that the revenue that comes in this case, through the tariff charges.
Okay, so you're calling it revenue versus reimbursement. So that's revenue to pay taxes on, income taxes?
We pay taxes on it, yes.
You're gonna pay income tax on the reimbursement. For the
We'll receive a revenue stream into the corporation for this work. It'll show up on our income statement as a revenue stream. We will pay for the equipment. It'll show up as a capital cost on our balance sheet, and we'll offset the revenue with the expenses associated with it. One of them is depreciation. And so because of the timing nature of how the tariff charges flow back to us, it creates a position where we need to account for those depreciation costs in this factor.
Is there any way to account for this revenue stream through the improvement plan process as a grant that is received over a 24-month period? Thus, you don't pay income on it?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not familiar with that process.
I want to turn to the next major project in this, and we can leave this exhibit up. It would be the fourth column, the Ethernet upgrade project, and there's a footnote 1 on hearing exhibit 101 attachment SD4 page 3 revision 2 that we have up. And you indicate that only the total costs are listed here. Is that the 1.76 million total cost?
So the 1.76 million cost shown here on this chart is for the non-recurring charges associated with the Ethernet upgrade. It's not the MRC, it's just the non-recurring charges.
Correct. You're familiar with the FCC audit for 2023 that's been filed as part of this application, correct?
I am.
And there are 3 sections to that annual report. 1 addresses network backup power, correct?
Correct.
1 addresses network monitoring.
Correct.
And 1 addresses circuit diversity by PSAP.
Yes.
And I want to focus on that page in a minute, but would you agree with me that the FCC report does not reflect all single points of failure in the BES network?
That's correct. It gives you a starting point, and but it's not comprehensive.
Right. The FCC only requires that audit to relate to critical 911 circuits that are defined in the regulations, correct?
Correct.
And just for purposes of administrative notice, we'd ask Judge Garvey to take administrative notice of 47 CFR section 19.9 A5, which is the definition of critical 911 circuits.
And give that to me one more time. I couldn't find my pen quick enough when you started talking. So I got 47 CFR, and let me make sure I get it all.
Section 9.19A5.
47 CFR 19.91A5.
47 CFR 9.19A5.
Okay. 47 9.19A5. Any objection to administrative notice of that CFR?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Administrative notice shall administrative notice shall be taken of that.
With respect to this Ethernet upgrade, a key piece to it is removing Sonnet technology, correct?
It's maybe not so much removing the technology, but not using it anymore. So getting off the Sonnet technology and onto Ethernet.
And the Sonnet technology shares a common central office in Denver, correct?
That's correct.
And so that creates a statewide risk of a Denver-based failure if that one central office where all Sonnet technology goes down, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And that would affect 47 PSAPs in Colorado, true?
Correct.
Where's the list of the 47 PSAPs that would be affected? Do you have one?
Well, it's on the list that has all the costing of it, but I'm not sure it's specifically called out to which ones go through Denver, Maine or not. I don't have that list.
Okay. And the common central office in Denver is Denver, Maine.
Correct.
Why is Sonnet tech designed that way?
So, telecommunications technology has evolved over time. And there was a time when everything was copper and things moved at copper speed. One of the technologies that was deployed a long time ago was this Sonnet technology. And it came into favor because, one, it was a fiber optic. You would have, and it would give you faster bandwidth speeds. But it could be deployed in a dual ring architecture where basically traffic could go across two rings, and you would have more resiliency to it. Sonnet is more of a point-to-point architecture, whereas Ethernet is multi-point, so there's more flexibility there. Ethernet is a future technology, so finding equipment for Sonnet technology becomes more difficult over time. And so it had its purpose at the time, just like frame relay had its purpose over time, just like ATM had its purpose historically. But the future is IP and writing over Ethernet networks.
Okay. So can the commonality of the Sonnet technology going through Denver, Maine be removed by reconfiguration?
No.
It is
not on the Sonnet system. You would still have the same limitations of the Sonnet system. If your question is, can you use Sonnet in a different way to get the resiliency? I'm not an engineer, so I'm kind of on the edge of my knowledge here, but you really have to get to Ethernet, and Sonnet has upper boundaries on how much bandwidth you can have, 50 meg, I believe it is. The upper boundaries on Ethernet is a gig, and so, or more. You could even more than that. So I don't think you would ever work with the Sonnet that's already in place.
for purposes of the EZINet.
Correct. Well, I think for purposes generally, but certainly for the purposes of the 47 sites that we're talking about, piece applications that we're talking about here.
And so Sonnet is also known as synchronous optical network, correct?
Correct.
And the FCC in its proceeding to expedite the implementation of next generation 911, it's really encouraging getting rid of TDM technology, correct?
Correct.
And Sonnet is TDM technology.
Correct.
And TDM stands for time division multiplexing.
Very good. That's correct.
And so it's basically legacy stuff.
It's legacy technology, that's correct.
Is it legacy technology that's specific to 911?
No,
When this Sonnet network and technology is removed and replaced with Ethernet, is that going to affect only 911 traffic?
my understanding is, there are multiple Sonnet systems that, are used in the Denver area. And what we're talking about here is taking the 911 traffic off one of those systems. So the Sonnet will continue to exist, but 911's use of Sonnet will stop because it'll use the Ethernet technology instead.
So I guess I want to make sure that we're talking the same thing.
Okay.
This project will not affect non-911 call traffic?
I'm not aware that it will. My understanding is what the impact is to 911 and not what the impact might be to other services.
Can you say one way or another whether there'll be impact to other services?
I can't. I don't know.
I guess I want to ask us, again, I'm a layperson.
No, please.
I'm definitely not a subject matter expert, but at some point in the call flow process, if a carrier's call is presented to the ingress point of the basic emergency service network in analog form,
Right.
It needs to be converted to IP form, correct?
It does.
In Colorado's basic emergency service network, what does that conversion?
So there is a device that and this is back to one of your earlier questions you asked about a point of presence or a POP. So there are locations within Colorado that have been designated as aggregation points for that local traffic, that non-BSP traffic, to come in, and the network switches it to these points of presence. And these gateway devices that are in those points of presence convert that to IP, and then it goes into the BSP network.
Okay, so that conversion process occurs at one of these points of presence within Colorado.
Correct.
And are there 3 pairs of those points of presence? Denver, or excuse me, Cap Hill, Broomfield?
Okay, so I know there's more than one. I don't know exactly how many there are. So I wish I had that piece of information. I just don't know. But
Okay.
The way we design these networks across the country is to have multiple POPs to aggregate OSP traffic, because this is OSP traffic, aggregate OSP traffic so it can be handed off to the 911 network.
Okay. So it's OSP traffic, not yet identified 911, non-911.
It's been definitely identified as 911 when somebody comes off hook in their home or in the building. The switch that serves that local loop sees the digits dialed of 911 and says, wow, this is a 911 call. I'm going to switch it over to the network infrastructure that gets you to the POP so you can get to the 911 network. That's how the origination of a 911 call happens on a landline network.
Okay. For purposes of asking questions, so that this is a little bit more clear, I do want to offer as exhibit 601, which is in our folder, the contingency plan filed on June 3rd in proceeding 23M-0236T. And I want to offer it as an exhibit just so I can pull it up and ask this witness questions about it versus take administrative notice of it. And it's a 29-page filing. And I marked it as exhibit 601. we would offer exhibit 601, specifically pages 24 through 28. And Your Honor, this is the exhibit. I guess I should allow CenturyLink a chance to speak to it. This is the exhibit I mentioned that contains the October 2023 FCC audit report in a public filing. So
Okay.
it's the same as hearing exhibit 100 attachment SD1-8C, which was filed confidentially.
Any objections to 601? If you wanted to lay a foundation and ask him whether he knows if this, stuff like that, you can or not. It's up to you.
Judge, I guess my issue is we don't have access to reviewing this document other than just looking at the screen right now. There's nothing on, we don't have access to 601, do we, otherwise?
I'll send it to you right now, counsel.
Okay.
I was trying to multitask, but give me 2 seconds and I will send the document to you. All counsel.
Ms. Federico, can you kind of like page through this document? Why don't you just look on the screen and see if that looks okay?
Okay.
I did hit send, Your Honor, so if we could have like a 30-second pause for counsel to be able to review that.
Well, if you can look on the screen here and figure out from that, that's fine. But I'll leave it to him if he wants to look at it further or not.
Yeah. And is this document being offered confidentially or non-confidentially?
Non-confidentially, as far as I know.
Yeah, it is a public filing, so it's non-confidential.
Just if I can just consult with my client rep here, I won't talk to the witness. I just want to talk to Mr. Compliment for a second about this. One moment.
I'd also just note for the parties, this being live streamed. So if it is confidential and you need me to take it down, you'll have to tell me as soon as you figure it out.
It was publicly filed in thinking. Is that correct, Ms. Omar?
It was.
Okay, so.
Okay.
I was just
no,
letting them know in case they didn't know that we'd have to turn it off.
Yeah, no. I appreciate it.
Thanks for everyone's assistance and patience on that. And no, we don't have, we have no objection.
Okay, 601 shall be admitted. And Ms. Oldemar, I will give you a heads up warning. We are 17 minutes away from the top of the hour when we were taking our break. So plan your questions accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go to the preceding page, page 28 of this exhibit 601. Can you tell me what these are? The 911 service areas. Are those the points of presence you were describing?
I'm not understanding them to be the points of presence, but to be the geographic area. Well, I'm not sure the use of this particular word 911 service area here. I'm assuming the geographic areas. I mean, I recognize the names of the places, so geographic areas within in the state have been giving a designation of a service area.
Okay. Do you know what network monitoring occurs in those particular geographic areas?
I would anticipate the network monitoring that we do, across the board.
Okay. And do you know where in the explanation of alternative measure for network monitoring, what is meant by sonnet-groom in the middle?
I would assume that is, as I mentioned before, grooming process is looking at the network and saying, is there movement that we want to do within the network of circuits across different systems that this is a grooming measure taken on a sonnet system?
Okay, but we're getting rid of the sonnet system, correct? Under your project?
For the 47, for the 47 PSAPs that we talked about, we would take those connections off the sonnet system and put them on Ethernet.
And then let's just review this document while we have it up. Could we please go to page 27? And we'll have to load this up a little bit more. Is this the circuit diversity page?
So I mean, because of the size of it, I mean, I can blow it up, but you're gonna have to tell me which, piece you want me to focus on, because otherwise you won't see the whole screen.
Certainly. Let's just focus on the very beginning, the upper left quadrant, please. Thank you. That's more legible. So, oh, I apologize. This is the one that relates to network backup power, correct? Mr. Carlson?
Oh, I'm assuming this is the output of the FCC audit, correct?
Correct. There's a title on it if we scroll up a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't see that. So, yeah, it has, you're right. This is a section that talks about battery backup.
Okay, if we could please go to page 24 of this exhibit, 106, or excuse me, 601. If you see the header there, it's the 2024 contingency plan, October 2023 FCC audit results. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, and so then under the columns, we've got the PSAP name, the county, and reasons not fully diversified there, correct?
Right.
So within this chart, you're saying we should be able to identify the 47 PSAPs that will be have this common point of failure at Denver, Maine removed, correct?
No, what I wasn't referencing the FCC audit. I was referencing the table that was provided that had all of the PSAPs that were going to be impacted by the Ethernet upgrade. And I think 81 or 82. I don't know the exact. I don't recall the exact amount. Within that count are the 47, but I don't know that it's noted specifically which ones are the ones that are out of Denver, Maine. I just don't have that information.
Okay, so we can't tell from this document.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, but in the ninth column, describe alternative measures taken. Do you see that column?
I see that.
In the Adams County Communication Center, Sonnet, Build and Groom, circuits are logically diverse. Groom, reroute additional circuits. Do you see that entry?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. With respect to this FCC audit and that lack of diversity, that's been in existence since the beginning of these FCC audits in 2016, roughly, correct?
Well, I haven't seen all the audits, so I can't say for sure, but I would imagine that the system that's referenced here for this PSAP has been in place for a while.
And using Sonnet. If it has Sonnet, it means it's old, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Okay.
I think that's accurate.
Okay. With the Sonnet upgrade, are you going to be able to get rid of legacy network gateways?
No.
And again, where are those legacy network gateways located?
A legacy network gateway is located at the POP. It's the architecture that converts TDM traffic to IP to go into the BSP network.
You said the LNGs are located at the POP?
That's my understanding. That's where they're located. That's my understanding, yes.
The application describes a common point of failure at Denver, Maine. And I want to ask you specifically, has there been such a Denver-based failure in Colorado?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So it's accurate to say that if there is no Sonnet, calls don't have to go through Denver, Maine?
I'm not sure what you mean by a Sonnet call.
Sonnet technology, if there's no Sonnet technology involved in the transport of that call, then the call won't have to go through Denver, Maine.
What I would say is getting off the Sonnet system for those 47 PSAPs and going to Ethernet puts the 911 traffic on a completely different architecture with the benefits that come, the mesh type architecture that comes from Ethernet. So you have different routing options in that meshed environment that you don't have in a Sonnet, which is a point-to-point type of architecture. Now,
Yeah, so the answer is Ethernet means all calls won't have to go through Denver, Maine for those 47 PSAPs.
Ethernet means the calls will take a different routing path than they did before.
And do you have call flow diagrams for those 47 PSAPs, engineering call flow diagrams to show the impact?
Those documents haven't been prepared.
How much, well, let's strike that. Do you have selective routers in the EZNet?
So the phrase selective router, generally speaking, is a phrase used to describe the 911 switching that has happened in the past. When we deployed the EZNet in Colorado, we went from a selective router to a next-gen core services platform that does the routing function. So the EZNet is actually the network connectivity that connects the next-gen core services routing architecture to the PSAPs. So if you mean, are we doing selective routing like was done before the EZNet? No, we don't do that anymore, because now we use a next-gen core services architecture that does that routing function.
And so is there a functional equivalent to a selective router?
At a very high level, there's a functional equipment, but the capabilities of next-gen core services are 10x more robust than a legacy selective router.
With respect to the next generation core services capability that you described, where is that process taking place?
So we work with a company called Intrado, and one of our suppliers, and we use their next-gen core services applications that are housed in their data centers.
And where are their data centers?
One's in Longmont. I think the other one is in Miami, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay. The phrases Englewood in Miami?
Could be, yeah, that sounds right, but I don't know for sure.
In the application, it says Ethernet can reduce transportation costs. How so?
So I think you have to look at this use of technology over time. So when you look at what we have in place now, the network connectivity that connects to the PSAPs, we're using TDM technology, time division multiplexing, T1 technology that is end of life in many situations. It's getting more expensive. So to continue on with a TDM technology means costs are going to go up over time. The future for this kind of architecture is Ethernet. Ethernet is over time is going to be a less costly solution because it's more broadly used. TDM technology is being phased out across the country. And which means there's going to be less and less use of it. So the cost of it's going to be higher and higher for the equipment if new equipment is needed. So if you look at Ethernet going forward over a range of time, it's going to be a cheaper technology for the state.
Okay. And again, that TDM technology is not 911 specific. It's all.
Correct. That technology is used everywhere. The application specific to PSAPs in Colorado, though, is TDM at this point.
And you have not accounted for any reduction in transportation costs in the costs being proposed for this project, correct?
So it's probably transport costs is probably the right phrase. There's we're not anticipating the, like in right now, we're not anticipating the cost for our Ethernet proposal to go down, partially because part of our project is to engage with third-party providers, GTE, Comcast, as examples, to provide a diverse circuit to the PSAP, so we increase the resiliency that comes at an increased cost. And there are some equipment costs that are required to take the circuits that we have in place today to the PSAPs from TDM to Ethernet. So there are some costs there. We've not modeled it to go down. We've modeled it to go marginally up, but not a whole lot.
And I understand that. We'll actually look at the specific details of the costing, but what I'm saying is you're not reducing the current cost charged under the tariff for getting rid of Sonnet and that reduction in transportation costs. You're not accounting for it, true?
Because we're not reducing any costs.
Okay. But you're getting rid of Sonnet, which reduces transportation costs.
Well, we're not going to use Sonnet for 911. Which means the costs associated with 911 will change because legacy is Sonnet, the future is going to be Ethernet. So but there's no reduction in cost immediately for that. We're just going on to a different network technology.
Okay, and that different network technology, that Ethernet in your application, Exhibit 100. Attachment SD1C at page 14, revision 1, and we don't need to pull it up unless you want to look at the statement, but it says provide the Ethernet will be providing an increased capacity, creating an overall benefit to the EZNet and the growth opportunities for new services and features, correct? Correct. So there's an incentive to do this so that more services and features can be offered, correct?
That's a great question. And it really gets to the heart of what next generation 911 is all about. You know, this industry transformation that's going on that I know staff is very tuned into. This journey into the future is to have broadband networks in place so more data can be sent to first responders. And the TDM architecture that we have today just simply won't enable that. So while our proposal is targeted towards improving network resiliency, it also has the consequence of increasing the capacity of the network going to the PSAP, so as new data is made available to 911, it can ride across that network infrastructure. So, and these are all services that are dedicated 100% to 911.
In your answer, you mentioned staff is very tuned into that. When you say staff, are you talking about commission staff?
I guess when I say staff, I reference, Jennifer in particular. I have a chance to work with folks who are 911 leadership roles across the country. And it's these individuals who are tasked with taking their communities into the future. And that's what Next Gen 911 does. It looks at network architecture and says, we want it to be resilient. We want it to be as powerful as possible. But at the same time, we want to build a future where first responders get the information that they need, and that gets enabled through broadband networks. What we are recommending in this Ethernet project is to put in place, without a lot of extra cost, a broadband network for 911 to use.
And so in your answer, you said Jennifer. Are you referring to Commission Staff Jennifer Kirkland?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. I should have been more specific.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, oh, time out. And so, Meyer, we have hit the 11 o'clock mark.
Okay.
And so in order for me to not have my staff throw things at me later today, we're going to take our lunch break now. Mr. Carlson, I know you've got to be incredibly happy we'll be taking a lunch break now. I do think Mr. Deloche owes you a lunch, or at least a drink.
We've already covered that ground. We've already covered that ground.
I believe so. I think that's very mean of him to do that to you. But we'll take a lunch break now. Thank you for taking it early. I appreciate it. We'll be in recess until, I'm going to say, 12:15.
Thank you.
And I'll make one other point before we leave. It's my understanding that Exhibit 110, I believe what it was called, is all set to go. So we might want to start. We come back with introducing 110 and then getting that admitted for any cross-examination that might come from that. So,
Your Honor, is that available to counsel?
I'm going to say, did you want to send it to her right now?
Yes.
Or, okay, you do that. So you have a lunch to look at. But, and so you can take a look at that, but we'll take care of that housekeeping matter when we first start. Otherwise, have a fine lunch and we'll be back in about an hour and 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, sorry about that. Knew I was forgetting something. All right, Tracy, you can hear me?
I
Can hear you.
Tracy Core reporter. Sorry about that. All right. We will go back on the record. With preceding number 23A-0197T. Mr. Carlson, I hope you had a good lunch. Hope you made a mean phone call to people who should be here. And I will remind you that you are still under oath. And
I understand.
all righty. And Ms. Oldemeyer, we'll get back to you in just a moment. Let's take care of getting that final exhibit entered into evidence, and then we'll go back to the cross-examination. Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Carlson, when we were doing your direct testimony a little earlier, I believe you had indicated that you had one change to one of the exhibits that you had submitted with your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can I ask that exhibit 110 be displayed, please? Can you tell us what exhibit 110 represents?
It shows the calculations that get to the MRC rate for the Ethernet monthly tariff charge.
Okay. And I know we haven't verbally talked much about this, but can you explain the difference between the non-recurring Ethernet charges and the monthly recurring charges?
Sure. The non-recurring charges are charges that are upfront that are for any fiber installation that's required to a PSAP or the equipment, the optical equipment needed at the premise of the PSAP location. That would be either equipment that we're required to put in place, or if we're working with a third party that they would require. The MRC, the monthly recurring charge, which is reflected here, are costs that are ongoing in nature. They are the cost of providing the service.
Okay. And you had indicated that this exhibit 110 is an update. Is this an update of what was previously, I think, attached to exhibit 100 as SD-3?
Yes.
Okay. And what update did you make and why?
The top line total cost of last mile transport went down a little bit. There were some changes to the cost calculations that were done. That cost calculation done at all the PSAP locations that are in question here. And so there were some minor changes to that reduced the overall cost. So that's what we're passing through here.
Okay. And what's the bottom number? 2425. What does that represent?
That represents a monthly recurring cost that would be added into the tariff per concurrent call session.
Okay, I'd ask to move into evidence exhibit 110.
Any objection to 110? Not hearing any. 110 shall be admitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And at this point, I would tender again Mr. Carlson to continue his cross.
All right, Ms. Oldemeyer, go right ahead.
I'd like to pick up where we just left off, Mr. Carlson. So we have exhibit 110 displayed. And I just want to point out for the record that I believe that was supposed to be a confidential exhibit, but it has been displayed already. So I don't think I'm violating any commission rules by asking that the same exhibit that council just reviewed publicly be displayed again.
That's right. And just to clear the record, I had communicated with Ms. Frederico that we were not displaying this confidentially. So there's no issue with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carlson, with respect to exhibit 110, the concurrent session count, the second to the last row uses the number 600. Do you see that?
I do.
So to get to the $24.25 for the increase to the monthly recurring charge per concurrent session, you divided the number 14,552 by 600, correct?
That's correct.
If we use the number 623, the actual number of concurrent sessions sold under tariff 25 right now, that number decreases, correct?
The math would produce that result, yes.
Okay, and do you have any reason to dispute my representation that if you divide that number by 623, you get $23.36?
No dispute. No dispute.
Okay. And that $23.36 or $24.25, that is not in Exhibit 101, attachment SD4, page 2, which we looked at previously, which is the increase over 24 months to the MRC up to $310.86, correct?
Correct. We're using different concurrent session counts, whether it's the build projects or the Ethernet upgrade.
So what you're proposing is that the governing bodies in Colorado pay an increase based on the proposed projects of an MRC of $330 some, correct?
Well, overall, there's no change to all the governing bodies. It's the same amount that you're recovering. When you change the denominator, obviously it changes the rate for the concurrent session, but overall the amount's the same.
I'm asking you under tariff 25, what will the monthly recurring charge total for all these projects be? Will it be the $310.86 if all of those projects are approved on a 24-month basis? Or will it be over $330 per concurrent session per month?
So the overall charge will be a combination of the calculation that we did for the MRC for the build projects and the MRC for the Ethernet monthly charge here.
Can we please put up Exhibit 101, attachment SD4, page 2? Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand your testimony correctly, Mr. I'm drawing a blank. Is it Carlson?
You got it. You got it.
My sincere apologies.
No worries. No worries.
You're saying on the bottom chart, when we're looking at 623 concurrent sessions over a 24-month recovery period, there will be a tariff charge per concurrent session per month of $310.86 plus a charge as reflected in Exhibit 110. Correct?
That's correct. That's correct. And I would only note that the charge we're looking at now, the 310, would assume 24 months of those charges. The $24.25 charge would continue on past 2 years.
Yes, the Exhibit 10 amount would go on indefinitely.
As long as we incur the cost, yes.
Okay, and you understand staff has objected to that proposal, correct?
I understand.
With respect to Sonnet, let's go back to big picture stuff. If I understood your testimony earlier correctly, Sonnet is old, it's bad, it's legacy technology, it needs to go away, period, correct?
You're right. It's a legacy technology that will phase out over time. Yes.
Excellent. And I just need short answers so we can keep moving here. Ethernet's, it's good. It's I think he called it the standard into the future, correct?
Correct.
So CenturyLink needs to transition off of Sonnet as a company for all of its customers, correct?
Over time, I would expect that.
And it can sell additional services like internet and voice over internet, increases capacity, faster speeds, all those good things, correct?
Those would be one of the benefits, yes.
With respect to the application here, you state on exhibit 100, the actual second amended application, which is attachment SD -1C on page 10, revision 1, that a few locations have begun this conversion process. However, no charges have been assessed. Can you explain what are the locations that have begun the conversion process?
I don't have the list of the locations specifically committed to memory, so I can't specifically answer that. I would tell you that they are locations where it was determined there was an immediate need for an upgrade to happen, and so we moved forward with a sense of urgency.
You cannot recall one of the locations that had this immediate need?
I don't have the list in front of me, no.
And you can't say how many there are?
6.
And what was the immediate need?
I don't know specifically the situation. There would have been some performance of the equipment or the technology there that was such that we needed to take immediate action.
With respect to those 6, they have not been charged for that immediate need that was addressed, correct?
Not yet, but they're included in our cost estimates here.
Correct. Are they on an auto augment program?
I'm not sure what you mean by an auto augment.
We're going to look at the project then specifically as presented in the amended plan, and we're going to review some concepts in there, but I want to talk about that amended plan, which again is hearing exhibit 100 attachment SD1-C. You would agree with me upon your review of that there's no mention in the second amended application of last mile diversity. True?
Correct. That was something added later.
And why was it omitted?
I don't know why it was omitted. We went through a process of internal evaluations and asked a broader set of individuals to be a part of that on our side, and it was determined that this needed to be added to the proposal.
At the time the second amended application was submitted in February of 2024, CenturyLink already possessed quotes for the 27 fiber builds that it's proposing, quotes from Comcast and GTT, correct?
I'm not sure when we got those quotes.
If I showed you a copy, would that help refresh your memory?
That's fine. Well, you can show me a copy of it since I don't know, you're not really refreshing my memory.
Okay. I would offer exhibits 602 and 603.
I can only show one at a time. So what should I start with first?
Let's do 602, and I will email these to council right now.
This says it's confidential.
So whatever nature is needed, I think it's the last pages that are confidential.
I can't answer that for you. If it's confidential and you want to show something confidential, there's some steps we have to take. I have to turn off the stream. You'll have to tell me which people who are in the Zoom are allowed to see it. So it's a question for you more than me.
Okay. I think it's important to address this, and we might as well do it now while they're up. So can we stop the stream and I can review these with all parties in the Zoom have signed NDAs.
That was going to be my first question. Is there anyone in here who has not signed an NDA? If they haven't, they should leave right now.
So Judge, I'll get started on that. It's gonna take me a few minutes to get everything set up. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Okay. Well, hang on. Ms. Oldemire, you haven't sent this to CenturyLink. Do they have copies? Do you have copies of this? CenturyLink have copies of this?
Not marked, Your Honor, not yet. I'm still waiting. I'm sure I have copies of it because I think I'm
going to say, if you want to take a look at it and see if you think that there is something that's confidential, I mean, I'm assuming it's one of your documents.
Yeah, I think it's customer, I'm guessing if I'm anticipating from the questions, I'm guessing it's quotes that we received from third parties that I think we had promised the third parties that we would maintain in confidence. We had, okay, so
Okay.
yeah, it's confidential information that really belongs to third parties, bids. And I think it belongs to them. And we had agreed to maintain the confidentiality of their pricing when we obtained this. Now, obviously, so that's that. We're gonna have to maintain the confidentiality around that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. Federico, if you can shoo us off the stream.
Perfect. And you said everybody in here is okay to stay, right?
As far as I know, if there's anyone who has not signed an NDA for this information, they are to leave. I don't see a whole lot of people in here, so.
There.
Okay. We're done with confidential exhibits. May I proceed?
Hang on, I'm trying to make sure the stream is up. I'll let you know as soon as it's ready.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Snyder, is there a way that you can just show Mr. Carlson?
No, well, maybe, I mean, if I turn the camera off, you'll see the entire room.
That's fine. I just thought it'd be easier to see his face, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I go back and I take his spot.
And I'm ready on my end.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to Exhibit 101, Attachment SD4, Revision 2, page 3. This is a public document. Page 3, yeah. So we were just reviewing the costs associated with the proposed project for the Ethernet upgrade. That's the fourth column here, correct?
Right, correct.
And we looked and found the $1.76 million total, correct?
Right.
And then there's 6% overhead added and then the capital costs, correct?
Correct.
Those amounts were not included in the original application, true?
No, they weren't.
Okay. And the last mile diversity wasn't included in the original application, true?
Correct.
I do not recall. Can you explain why last mile diversity wasn't included in the original second amended application?
Yeah, I just want to make sure real quickly, because I got into this case late, but I think there's been 3 applications. It's been amended twice. Is that correct? When you say the original application, I just want to know which one we're talking about.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge. So there's the original application in 2023 that was withdrawn. I'm referring to the amended application filed on February 15th, 2024. And that's substantively similar to the second amended application.
Yeah.
That is an exhibit which referred references to Lumen, removed them.
Okay, so when you're talking about the original application, you're talking about what could be number 2, not the original one filed back in 2023.
Exactly, the first one filed in 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So my question to you, Mr. Carlson, was why didn't CenturyLink explain that the Ethernet upgrade project came with last mile diversity to the 911 stakeholders when it filed its amended application on February 15th, 2024?
I wasn't a part of the filing, and so I don't know why it wasn't included at that time.
Are the costs associated with the Ethernet upgrade firm costs?
They're our best estimate of what we think the costs are. So they're costs based on our experience, on our pricing models. So they're solid estimates.
You agree that with respect to, the direct testimony filed May 10th, 2024, that's when the last mile diversity piece was first explained to the parties to this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I should have
And-
checked today.
I failed to ask, with respect to the conversations with stakeholders that preceded the filing in February of 2024, last mile diversity had been part of those conversations, correct?
I wasn't a part of the conversations, and so I can't say specifically whether they were in there or not, so I'm not sure whether they were or not.
Okay, you defer to the actual testimony refers to things discussed, correct?
Right, no, I agree with that.
Okay. In that direct testimony, which is exhibit 100, which is a public document, if we could go to exhibit 100 at page 9. At lines, 6 through 8, it indicates that the costs included in the plan did not reflect that the Ethernet upgrade would also include a diverse last mile connection to 62 PSAPs utilizing another carrier's network that would be managed by Lumen. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes,
And who's the other carrier?
it would be either Comcast or GTE.
And so they are providing ongoing services? Or I'm sorry, Lumen would be providing ongoing services.
So, yes, what Comcast and GTE are providing is the underlying connectivity with their fiber facilities. What we are providing is a service that goes across it. So we're able to have that diversification, but still have control over the services.
And with respect to that diversification, if I understood you correctly, you don't know if that diverse last mile is physically and geographically diverse.
I don't have the information on exactly where the routes go, the CenturyLink route and the third-party route, whether they're what paths they take. I don't know that.
And with respect to this management by Lumen, is Lumen being compensated or which Lumen entity is being referred to there?
Lumen would seek to have our costs recovered via the tariff item that we're proposing. That would be the compensation.
Okay, so Lumen there refers to Qwest Corporation, the BESP.
I'm not completely clear on the affiliate names and which legal entities come at play in certain situations. So that would sound reasonable to me, but I don't know for sure, to be honest.
So as you sit here today, you don't know if part of the analysis for the total cost for the Ethernet upgrade project includes costs that the BESP might be paying to an affiliate. You just don't know as you sit here today. Is that correct?
I know that I know that in this case will be billed by these third-party providers. So those costs would come to, you know, the legal entity that's contracted with those third-party providers. I know that kind of the internal relationship between the various legal entities of Lumen, that's not my expertise.
Okay.
But the costs come in and to the Lumen organization, and we're seeking the tariff item to recover those costs.
Okay. You used an interesting phrase, the legal entity contracting with third-party providers. With respect to Exhibit 602, which is confidential, there was a client named there. Do you recall the name of that client? Yes or no?
I don't.
And you don't have a copy of Exhibit 602 handy. I don't want to display it because it's confidential. But if it's a CenturyLink affiliate and not Qwest Corporation, what's the significance that an affiliate is the legal entity contracting with a third-party provider?
I'm not sure the significance of that.
And you're not sure that affiliate is somehow being compensated through this improvement plan process, in addition to what Qwest is being compensated?
In addition, there's no double compensation, if that's the question. I'm not sure I understand your question.
There is no fee that Qwest would have to pay to the affiliate for the affiliate being the client contracting with the third party.
So the area of affiliate transactions at Lumen is not my area of expertise. So I really don't know.
Okay. I'm going to ask a layperson question. With respect to the current last mile connections, there is no PSAP in Colorado that has primary and a secondary connection for the last mile. True?
They have two connections. The connections are provided by Lumen. We provide a service called MPLS across those bonded T1s to those locations, but there is a level of resiliency that you get with one provider.
Sorry, could you say that again? The FBLA across the bonded T1, did you say?
I apologize. Today, we deliver 2 circuits to each PSAP location, but Lumen provides both. We use a technology called MPLS. And that does provide a level of resiliency because it's 2 separate circuits, but we will enhance that resiliency by having those circuits provided by 2 separate carriers or 2 separate physical circuits.
Okay. Is removing Sonnet related to the Ethernet? Well, let me strike it. Let me say it this way. For the diverse paths being proposed for this last mile diversity, the Comcast and GTT, there's no Ethernet upgrade needed for those. True? Those are Ethernet connections, aren't they?
You can you can get another circuit from a third provider and run a T1 across it. You could do that.
Okay.
But there would be no reason to do that. That's why we're going to Ethernet. It would be taking a half step forward instead of taking 3 giant leaps.
there's no reason that the Comcast connection, which is an Ethernet connection, can't become the primary connection for that PSAP, is there?
Well, we have to be able to manage the service, so we're not gonna buy Ethernet from Comcast. We'll buy the underlying connectivity and then manage the service ourselves. So our NOC has visibility to the PSAP, so we have control over the network.
Is Ethernet connectivity?
Connectivity at a starting point is the physical thing that makes a connection. So fiber is what we're talking about here. It's a physical connection from one point to the other. What you run across that physical connection are services. So Ethernet is a service. It's called a switching service. You can also pair that with IP, which is a routing service, but they all run across a physical connection. So you could run Ethernet over copper, but you wouldn't get much bandwidth because there's not very much bandwidth with copper. Fiber gives you that reliability and gives you that bandwidth.
Okay, so let me ask it a different way. To avoid the 27 fiber builds that you originally proposed in the Ethernet upgrade, is it an option just to use, say, the Comcast fiber that has been quoted and built in for last mile diversity?
Well, and that's what we did, but only when it's there. So you'll note that some of the locations on our proposal don't have that multiple carrier diversity because that second option is just not there. And so in that case, the diversity would be two separate fiber paths that Lumen would provide. But you're not going to have those options in every situation. It just depends on the geography and where the service providers are.
So for example, we looked specifically at some where CenturyLink was the primary and say Comcast was the secondary, correct?
Right.
And
right.
Can you avoid a fiber build related to the Ethernet upgrade by making what you propose as the secondary the primary?
Well, then you would be back where you started. So you would be getting both of your connections from one provider, which would be Comcast. The purpose is to have dual providers.
But you avoid a fiber build. And
well, if theoretically, because I don't know, each situation is different. If Comcast had two physically diverse fibers going to a location, then theoretically Comcast could use one and we could use one. But that's part of the vetting process that we go through, our engineers go through to look at each situation and look at what's available in that situation and then design an approach that maximizes what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. And that work has been done. There's engineering drawings showing all that.
I don't know about drawings, but there's certainly been engineering evaluation.
Okay. With respect to this last mile diversity and getting the second connection, is that capacity? So let's say for a multi-tenant building and you're getting it to the building, by doing that Ethernet upgrade, are there other tenants who can purchase additional services as a result of that Ethernet upgrade?
Not in this case. I mean, there are situations where we'll build fiber out to a location that has multiple tenants in it, and we'll put a device there that allows that to be split out to multiple users. We don't do that with 911. Nobody else uses the facilities to the PSAP but the PSAP, so we wouldn't break that up and have multiple tenants using it.
Okay, but by building the fiber, you might have extra capacity that you could allocate to another tenant in the same building. True?
We wouldn't do that, so no. I mean, that's just something we wouldn't do. And in fact, I've not run across a PSAP that wasn't a separate physical location. And so if we're going to build fiber to a location, to a PSAP, it'll just be used by that PSAP.
Okay.
Hey, Ms. Oldmeyer, I gotta stop you for 1 second. How much more do you have?
Probably another hour, Your Honor.
Hour? Okay. We're about an hour in after lunch here, so look for taking a break then in about somewhere between 15 to 30 minutes. Look for a stopping point.
Sounds great. Mr. Carlson, can you do the last mile diversity piece of this project without getting rid of Sonnet?
No.
And can you do the last mile diversity piece without the Ethernet upgrade?
Well, so there's degrees of diversity here. So you can get diversity by just having T1s to TDM T1s to a PSAP. But it's important in the design conversations to understand where we are going in the future, and the importance of having fiber facilities going to the PSAPs so more data can be provided to the PSAPs. I'm not aware when you're building new facilities, whether it's copper or fiber, that the cost is materially different. And so it makes more sense to put fiber in place as a future technology to enable capabilities for PSAPs in the future.
Yeah, you're not putting in T1s anymore, are you?
No, we're not.
And you're trying to actually get rid of them out of your network.
They are aging out of the network, yes.
And that's for all customers, not just 911.
That's across the board. Local exchange carriers across the country are doing this.
I want to go to the portable generator and fuel trailer portion of your project. Is that related to the network backup power component of the FCC audit?
Yes.
And we've looked at that. I believe that FCC audit is now exhibit 601, and we don't need to look at it. But with respect to the second amended application and its explanation of this project, it uses the term wire centers. What's a wire center?
It's a similar concept as a central office. A wire center is more of a geographic area, but it orients around a central office. A central office is the physical building.
Okay. So with respect to the network backup power, and we can pull it up, but there were 74 central offices listed that served 74 PSAPs. Does that sound right to you?
I think the PSAP count is higher than that, but I don't know the exact PSAP count.
Okay. With respect to that entry, a lot of them, and we might as well pull it up. If we could pull up, please, exhibit 601, I believe. And if you don't mind turning to page 27, I think would be about right. And that's really hard to read, but if we could.
What's the area you want to zoom in on?
You have to ask me a difficult question. Let me pull it up on my end and see if I can get a better guide.
I can't get it all on the screen if I don't have an area, so.
Yeah. Please bear with me for just a minute. With respect to this document on page 27, if we could look at the rows that have, if you're on the left side, if you could go back 4 columns and focus in on those that have text. There we go. So on this FCC audit, there are particular entries for central offices or wire centers serving PSAPs where the alternative measures for the amount of backup power indicate a need for have a portable generator readily available. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we could scroll over to the far right column. There you go. The very last column, description of alternative measures for tandem generators. On those, it says site served by portable genset. I'm on 8th down. Do you see that?
Counting down. Can you read that again?
It says site served by portable genset.
Okay.
And then go down 3 more and it says site served by portable generator. Do you see that?
I do.
Are you representing to the FCC that those sites are already served by a portable generator?
I don't know. I'm not sure whether we're describing that as an alternative or that it's in place.
Okay. Would you agree that a portable generator serving a central office benefits all of CenturyLink's customers, not just 911?
Yes.
And in particular, in the areas where the proposal is to place a portable generator and station it, I believe, at Clear Creek. CenturyLink has local customers in that area.
Yes, I believe so.
With respect to the 4 central offices directly serving PSAPs that we're talking about, Georgetown no longer has a PSAP and Cheyenne Wells no longer has a PSAP, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and so we're talking about Central City, not Clear Creek. Central City and Hot Sulphur Springs are the 2 central offices at issue, correct?
Right.
And with respect to those, neither have experienced outages due to a loss of power, true?
I don't know that for sure. I know both have battery backups, so there is some supplemental power available, but it is a battery.
But my question is, have either of those central offices experienced outages due to a loss of power? And I think you said you do not know.
I don't know.
With respect to all of the other central offices listed on the FCC audit here, there is a generator that CenturyLink paid for to serve those central offices, correct?
Correct.
And why are these different?
Well, I can't specifically answer that. But I would say broadly that all of these examples here across all these locations were decisions were made to put these this equipment here based on assessments that were done at the time and the facts that we had. And so the decision was made at that time to put the facilities there, put the generators there.
And to have the company pay for the generator.
I'm not sure how I'm not sure exactly what the funding mechanism was for them, but in our recommendation for this particular project is being triggered by the journey that we're on to improve resiliency for 911. So that's why it's being advanced within the context of this docket.
Okay. And earlier in your testimony, you said that portable generator would benefit all customers of CenturyLink, not just 911. But you take the position in this proceeding that 911 ratepayers should ultimately bear 100% of the cost of that portable generator?
Well, it's the same set of ratepayers either way, but what I'm saying is that the triggering event for the consideration of this particular recommendation is the infrastructure improvement journey that we're on. And so when we make decisions about how to spend available capital, we'll align the capital spend with really the triggering event that causes it.
Okay. And so how to align a capital spend means when the company's going to reach into his own pocket and pay for a permanent generator or a portable generator, and when the company is not going to, those decisions are made. And my question is, why in this particular instance, even though the benefit of the portable generator also serves non-BES customers, why is 911 bearing 100% of the cost?
Simply because this is the approach that we're taking with all the projects that we're recommending, that the projects are being designed and implemented for this particular purpose, and so it's our position that the charges should follow what that purpose is.
And same with the fuel trailer, that'll serve other central offices too, right? It's mobile.
It's mobile, correct.
And it can serve permanent generators, give whatever fuel they need also, correct?
Correct.
And that benefits not just 911, but all CenturyLink's customers served by those central offices, true?
I think there could potentially be other uses for it, yes.
Okay. If we could pull up, please pull up Exhibit 100, attachment S. Oh, this is confidential. Hold on a minute. Let me ask this question without pulling up the confidential exhibit. The cost of this particular portable generator is $125,500 plus, correct?
Correct.
And that includes the equipment and the freight, doesn't it?
I haven't seen the cost estimate, but I would assume it would be all in.
And that would include a charge for startup and commissioning by the entity you're purchasing it from, true?
I would anticipate that, yes.
Okay. And so for purposes of tying everything together, that would be within Exhibit 100, attachment SD1-7C, page 3. But I would like to pull up Exhibit 101, attachment SD4, which is a public document at page 3. And I want to look at these entries. The generator and fuel trailer are the last two on the right side, correct?
Correct.
And so the total generator cost is all in 128,000 plus, correct?
Correct.
And then CenturyLink's gonna own that equipment outright at the end of the day, right?
Yes.
There will be no restrictions on its use or oversight for its intended purpose, correct?
I don't know how the equipment, what the operating procedures are for it, but it will be an asset owned by Lumen.
Okay. And with respect to the cost of the generator, earlier we looked at if these projects are approved and the MRC is increased to $310 per month, CenturyLink could make a choice to allocate the first month, so March of 2025, to this cost of the generator and avoid the 15% capital costs of roughly 40,600, correct?
I guess I want to make sure I'm understanding what your question. Allocate 1 month's worth of 128,000 and then that would be the only cost recovered?
Immediately with the first receipt of funds could go to this out-of-pocket purchase so that it's not spread over 24 months, because it's just a paperwork entry on CenturyLink's part, right?
So this is where I'm confused. Since the tariff wouldn't be approved until March of next year, and we would get reimbursement 1 month at a time, if we're going to incur the costs in 2024, or even if we incur the costs in 2025, we would still get the reimbursement 1 month at a time over the 24-month time period.
Depending upon where, if you prorate among all projects a certain amount, but if you took the first month's payment, which earlier we looked at was approximately $193,000 and allocated it to the generator, we wouldn't have the additional 15% capital carrying costs per year.
Well, we're gonna spend 128,000, so we're gonna get the capital costs either way. So that's just a function of how that works. So you know, our position in this is that the recovery of those capital costs would come from through this mechanism.
Okay. So your answer is no. The 15% per year on top of the amount for capital costs cannot be avoided under any circumstance for any of these projects.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is the scenario that you're describing, I don't see as a likely scenario. So no.
So that's correct. The capital costs cannot be avoided.
Not based on our recommendation, no.
How many fuel trailers does CenturyLink have in Colorado now?
I don't know.
What's the overhead associated with owning a fuel trailer?
I don't know for sure. I would speculate it's like any piece of equipment like that. It's maintenance to the equipment. It's repairs when things break, ongoing preventative maintenance.
Ms. Oldemeyer, here's your 10-minute warning. I'm cutting you off in about 10 minutes.
Okay. You understand that Rule 2143 requires the company to take on the costs of future maintenance, or do you not understand that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Just want to touch briefly on the middle mile fiber builds. Those are again inter-office diversity projects between CenturyLink's central offices, true?
Correct.
And the benefit is not exclusive then to basic emergency service, true?
We've identified right at this point that the use of these facilities would be 911. Any future use, we just have not quantified that.
And so Mr. Carlson, I have 10 minutes, so I just want you to, if it's a yes or no answer you can give me, please do so we can continue expeditiously. I'm gonna jump.
And Ms. Oldemeyer, I'm talking about the break. We're taking a break in 10 minutes. I'm not cutting you off totally. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Goodness, thank you.
Yeah. No, that's what I meant by that. I told you we're taking a break in about 30 in there and look for a stopping point. So hopefully you don't got a whole lot more after that.
No,
but but don't, I'll give you time after break, but that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that, and my blood pressure dropped a few points as a result. But, it's 137 now. In its analysis of what would be best for improving resiliency and reliability of the network, did the company consider adding diversity by going to a carrier neutral location, which are throughout the state of Colorado?
We, we looked at all the options available. I don't know about that one specifically.
Okay. And if you went to a carrier neutral location, you would avoid the commonality of a CenturyLink building, right?
Yes.
And you would avoid the equipment commonality that may exist for 911 within that building, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
All three of the projects proposed for middle mile infrastructure in the second amended application, those were in the middle mile segments, correct?
Right.
And that's for inter-office diversity for wire centers serving PSAPs, correct?
Correct.
There are 9 wire centers that currently lack this diversity, correct?
I believe so. I don't recall that exact amount. That sounds right.
So the sole purpose of these proposed new fiber builds is a secondary path solely for 911 in the middle mile.
Correct.
And with respect to those secondary paths, what you're proposing is a new fiber build placing 144 strands where CenturyLink will light 12 of them and use 2 for 911 specific secondary path, correct?
Correct.
On none of the 3 fiber builds that you submitted, you intended to replace the primary path that is currently in use. Is that correct?
I believe so.
That includes Telluride to Norwood. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm not aware that there's an already existing path between Telluride and Norwood for 911 traffic, but I believe so.
Right. There's no intent to replace the current Norwood facility, that wire center primary path for those customers.
So if your question is, have we removed that project from the list? Yes, we've removed it.
No, my question is a little bit different and it's poorly worded. I apologize. With respect to the Telluride Norwood build, it was not CenturyLink's intent to replace the primary path for calls that go to the Norwood Wire Center.
No.
That is a correct statement.
Correct.
So CenturyLink still, at some point in time, has to figure out what to do for the Norwood Wire Center, which is microwave radio, correct?
Yeah, I think that's an open issue that we're going to have to work through.
And that's an OSP issue.
Possibly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, should 911 pay for the Norwood Wire Center microwave radio upgrade or change?
Well, we're not asking for that. So I think what we would do is we would go into that particular situation and we would evaluate that situation with all the available data. But replacing that radio system is a different consideration than a network diversity to that wire center. So that particular question we've not wrestled with.
It is an accurate statement that prior to filing the application in February of 2024, CenturyLink did not reach out to any third party about using the third party resources as an alternative to a new build. That's correct.
I don't know that for a fact. We talk to third-party partners all the time.
You know, if, well, strike that. How many opportunities exist in Colorado to add an additional layer of resiliency for PSAPs by grooming additional third-party facilities?
By grooming, I would say, if by grooming you mean, and, you know, adding new network routes, then that's what we're proposing for the PSAP locations with the diverse Ethernet project. As it relates to other parts of the network, I'm not familiar with what that number would be.
There are some situations where third-party facilities could be groomed with not too much time and not too much expense. Is that a correct statement?
I'm sure that situation exists.
But there's been no study to identify those opportunities, correct?
Well, Lumen doesn't routinely do grooming specific to third-party locations. We groom the whole network. So I'm not aware of any studies.
Your Honor, it's 1:43. I didn't know if you wanted to take a break now.
That would be perfect. Let's take a break right now. We'll take a break until 2 o'clock. In the meantime, I've got you around 3 hours already, over 3 hours. So, which is what you put in there for. Hopefully I'll let you go a little bit more, but please try and make sure that it's related to a project, and especially not projects that are no longer being considered in this proceeding. So we'll take a break until 2 o'clock. And then Mr. Carlson, you'll hopefully be close to being somewhat done.
No problem.
All right. My call to Tracy to make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you.
All righty. We shall go back on the record with proceeding 23A-0197T. Mr. Carlson, guess what? Where you at?
Don't worry. Hopefully the camera will.
I'm hiding apparently.
There he
There we
is.
go.
I thought you'd escaped. I was going to be proud of you. Mr. Deloche was going to suddenly end up there.
You know, they keep tackling me when I head for the door, so I think I'm here for the duration.
All right. Well, since you're here for the duration, during that duration, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Odomar, I'll give you a few more minutes, but please be heading towards the finish line, if you would.
I will. I have probably a total of 4 questions. I'm going to offer some more outage reports, and then I have 3 confidential exhibits I do want to review. And so that would require, unfortunately, stopping the live stream. I have looked at the list of people signed on to this proceeding, and I see Andrew Dameron, who is CCOA's witness, who signed an NDA. I also see a CCOA member, Kathy Rayleigh. She has also signed an NDA, so I don't think anybody in the Zoom call would need to be excluded.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Get going.
Mr. Carlson, all the 3 builds that you proposed in the second amended application in those areas, CenturyLink has local customers, correct?
Correct.
To whom it's providing services, not just 911.
Correct.
And ultimately, with respect to these new fiber builds, if approved, CenturyLink would get to own those facilities, correct?
Correct.
Nothing would prevent, though, CenturyLink from choosing to transfer ownership to CDOT or CBO or any other entity, correct?
I'm not familiar with the requirements of that, so I'm not sure what the restrictions might be.
Okay. Well, we're talking about 144 strands where 12 will be lit and 2 will be dedicated to 911, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So the excess capacity, hypothetically, of any new fiber build could be used for a swap with another carrier, correct?
I guess hypothetically, there could be different options, but we're not aware of any.
And hypothetically, the dark fiber could be leased to an entity who is interested. Correct?
Assuming there's a market in those geographies, but hypothetically, yes.
Okay. And those types of situations would generate revenue, potentially.
It depends on the situation.
Okay. If you didn't charge, but you allow somebody to
so
that fiber.
You know, each situation is different. Each has its own characteristics, and so I would say that in this case, we're able to identify the costs and then the reimbursement mechanism that's within a particular set of projects. But things that might happen in the future, how the revenue might flow with that, I just don't know. We just have to. That's hypothetical at this point.
Okay, but it would be fair for the if any of those fiber builds were approved, for there to be conditions placed, such as if you did generate any revenue from any circumstance, that go back to the 911 community. That'd be fair, wouldn't it?
Well, it depends on the situation, so I'm not sure. I'm not really in a position to say whether that would be fair or not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would offer from proceeding 23M-0197T outage investigation report 2312, 2311, 23.9, and 2314.
2309 or 23-239?
2309.
Okay. Then what was the last one?
And then 2314.
Okay, and that's from proceeding 23M what?
0197 as in Tom.
Okay.
And just for completeness, those two of those, 23-11 relates to Chafee and 23-09 relates to Clear Creek. Those are referred to by CenturyLink in answers to interrogatories, which are within an exhibit to be offered, exhibit 600.
Okay, so let me get what you got here. So you have 4 reports from proceeding 23M-0197T.
Correct.
And what are these reports?
These are outage investigation reports where CenturyLink took a certain position on a fiber cut, that it wasn't in the basic emergency service network, it was in the OSP network, or CenturyLink thought it had groomed to provide a diverse path and it wasn't actually groomed. And this goes to the whole dispute in this application about what's in the public interest, where money should be spent for improving the basic emergency service network.
Okay, and you want administrative notice taken of those 4 reports from that proceeding, correct?
Yes, please.
All right, any objection to these reports being administratively noticed?
Yes, Your Honor, I think with that explanation as to the relevance, I have to object because I don't think the scope of this proceeding is as explained by Ms. Oldemeyer. I don't think the scope here is whether or not what projects are in the best public interest. I think it's whether or not, the 5 or 6 projects, depending on how you count them here, meet the criteria and the rules. So if these outage reports are being offered for any type of advocacy concerning public interest of these being the best projects, I think they're irrelevant beyond the scope.
And any response? Go ahead.
If I could briefly respond, this is an adjudicatory proceeding under the APA, governed by the rules of evidence, but not, strictly. And the CCOA community, 20 governing bodies, would like its voice heard with respect to the issues about the application and the content and the priorities for improving the basic emergency service network. And in particular, their view of where state 911 surcharge funds should be increased and used. We should be able to respond to the applicant's statements in the application and the materials and support. And we think it is relevant because the basic emergency service network is part of the core business of governing bodies who provide emergency telephone service and emergency notification service. And so the commission may ultimately disagree and decide that it will not give much weight to the arguments that the interveners that I represent are making, but I don't think the evidence should be excluded, and we should be able to tie it to our statement of position that we will ultimately file in this case in support of our positions.
Well, I'll tell you what, report 2312, if I take that in, that should make me not want to approve which project?
It should make you not want to approve any new fiber build, because we need to go back and reassess what currently exists and what's groomed to carry 911 traffic and what's not. And there has been no initial assessment of what the current status of the network is. We have an outage and we learned after the fact that something was not groomed. That's much more cost effective and a better use of a dollar than doing any new build.
Well, it's not. I mean, if you had a opposing project for it, I could look at that. But there's no opposing project, so that report is good. These reports are going to make it more likely that I am not going to approve any fiber build project. Is that correct? Is that the relevance of them?
That is the relevance of the improvement plan application and compliance with all of the sections of the rule, including 2143B1 A through E, which is going to the stakeholders, having informal consultations, having things that are based on actual outages. Those are actual outages, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Again, I want to see how this is relevant, or why do I care about this? So there's fiber cuts that are out there. These are going to be reports of fiber cuts. Is that correct?
2 of the 4 are.
Okay, and so so because there were fiber cuts, I'm not going to approve new fiber. Is that correct? Is that the premise? Is that the premise of
new fiber builds that cost a lot of money in areas that serve different PSAPs, then doing a full assessment of whether we could spend that same amount of money and figure out what currently we have and whether it's groomed appropriately, whether it's tested and maintained appropriately, so that traffic is actually flowing as people believe, so that we can mitigate against the harm of an outage.
Well,
It's
you're
fundamental.
talking about a giant look at everything that should be done in the state, it sounds like. But this is individual outages, correct?
These are individual outage. And
So how does that get me to this gigantic look at the entire world of how I should redo everything that they're proposing? I don't see that.
I think it goes, Your Honor, to the heart and the purpose behind Rule 2143B, and in
Which is
particular,
it's the projects. I have to look at the projects.
under
And so
Rule-
this, if this is relevant to me, it should make it more or less likely that I want to approve that project. Now, if you told me there was an outage one day, one place through the fiber cut, I'm not quite sure why that would make it more or less likely that that project should be approved.
Well, I think you heard testimony today in particular that, for example, the Denver main office has not had a 911 outage. Let's refocus those dollars to areas that have had outages where they weren't groomed and examine those. And it's subsection B, Roman 616, that talks about projects that have the potential to reduce the likelihood of outages based on past patterns of outages in the network, which these are, and based on the existence of points in the network, equipment, or software that represent a lack of redundancy and diversity. The CCOA community is aware and wants to bring those forth, and that's a specific requirement in the rule where it's not a cram down of what CenturyLink wants. It should have been a more iterative process and collaborative process. I understand the judge, you don't agree with me, but we believe these should be received into the record for purposes of making the appropriate and thorough arguments, and we shouldn't be constrained by what CenturyLink chose. And obviously there's just a dispute about whether they complied with subsection B1 Romanet 6, 1 through 5. And the point is, there's a lot of ways to improve this network. It's not just the FCC audit. There's a lot more going on, and our voice should be heard.
Your voice is heard. That's why I've been listening to your voice since about 9:15 this morning. So it's heard quite well, but it has to be heard on relevant matters and what I can do stuff about. And on this one, I don't think I can, so I'm not going to accept those in. I think they are not relevant in this matter, and so I'm not going to administratively notice those individual things there. Next, anything more?
I have 3 confidential exhibits I would like to display, so we need to go off the record, please.
What are these concerned before we go off the record and doing that?
The fiber builds that are at issue in this case that have been proposed in the second amended application.
All right. Casey, if you can take care of us here.
Yes, again, just confirming everybody here is allowed to be here.
Yeah, if anyone who's not signed an NDA needs to get out, if you have the control of someone who doesn't have one, get them out of here.
All righty, I think we are all set.
All right, I'll talk slow then, make sure. Let's see, next up is Best 911.
Joseph Benkert, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, I can't see you though.
Yeah, my microphone went out before lunch, and in getting that reconnected, I apparently lost my video. I apologize.
All right.
And I also apologize that the questions we're going to ask and the matters I'm going to discuss are in confidential documents. There are some I'll introduce. It's probably easy to just keep it on confidential rather than jumping on and off.
Wow, wish you would have told me that a minute ago.
I apologize.
So am I going back now, or?
Yes,
Everybody's-
please. Please.
Okay, give me a couple minutes. Can you confirm everyone? I don't know what you're showing, so can you confirm everyone here is allowed to see what you're showing?
Is everyone here? I guess, again, if you have not signed an NDA in this, please leave. I don't see a whole lot of extra people in here.
All right, I think we're good to go.
All right, Mr. Cox, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Carlson.
Hello.
Thanks for hanging in all day. It's nice to meet you. You'll be happy to know I certainly won't have as many questions for you, won't take as much of your time as we have so far. So hopefully we can go pretty quickly and shouldn't get into, try to avoid getting into the confidential material if we can. But just kind of as a reset, can you clarify for me what your role has been in the development and planning of the projects that are proposed in the improvement plan?
As I described earlier, my role broadly at Lumen is to be involved in the customer experience of our 911 customers across the country. So obviously, Colorado is a portion of that responsibility. There's team members who work directly for me who are involved quite extensively in the state, as well as engineering resources and customer care resources who are involved in the state. And so I have an awareness at that level. In this particular proceeding, the work that was done to get to the point of this application, I've had an awareness of that, but I haven't been directly involved in the preparation of the plan. I've spent a lot of time over the past several weeks when Mr. Deloche wasn't able to be a part of this hearing. And so I'm familiar with it, and I'm familiar with the practices of the company generally, since I've had the pleasure of being a part of this team for 35 years.
But you were not directly involved in the development of the
No.
projects, the proposal, the cost
No.
estimates.
No.
Okay. And in looking at the costs, are you familiar with Commission Rule 2143B, which requires the improvement plan to provide firm estimated costs for the projects?
Yes,
among other things.
Yes.
Okay. And it would be fair to say that CenturyLink did not have all estimated cost information concerning the proposed project when it filed its amended application in February.
Right. We made some changes to it.
And that was correct at the time of the second amended application as well in March.
Yes, correct.
And when Mr. Deloche filed his direct testimony in May.
Correct.
And when Mr. Deloche filed his supplemental direct testimony as well.
Correct.
In June.
Correct.
And including up until today, CenturyLink has continued to make changes to its costs, its estimated costs.
We certainly changed the numbers. The evaluation has continued to be ongoing, and we've made changes where it's appropriate.
But it's fair to say that CenturyLink has had a difficult time in determining the cost for the proposed projects.
I wouldn't probably characterize it as difficult. I would certainly say that it's been iterative and it's evolved over time.
But yeah, like you said, it has been revised. But now with your latest proposal today, or latest edition, Exhibit 110, is it your position that the estimated costs are now final in the final form that they're going to be proposed for
They
the
are.
projects?
They are.
And they would be correct and accurate?
Correct, yes.
I want to shift specifically to the overhead costs. In Mr. Loesch's direct testimony, he describes one of the changes that he made in that testimony from the second amended application as the addition of a cost factor for shipping, handling, sales tax, job site delivery, etc. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And I believe this is what Mr. Deloche described or refers to in his supplemental direct testimony as overhead costs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 101, attachment SD4, Rev 2. And this would be page 3. I know we've looked at this a lot, and I know you talked with Ms. Oldemeyer about overhead costs and the 6%, but that 6% was applied for the overhead cost for all proposed projects, regardless of the differences in the projects.
Correct. All of them. So it was applied to all the costs associated with 5 of the 6 projects. The Ethernet upgrade project, those costs there are just the non-recurring charges. So they're additional monthly recurring charges that are not reflected here.
Sure. Thank you for that clarification. Yes, just for the non-recurring charges for the Ethernet. But there's no breakdown or detailed analysis of these costs for each project anywhere in the testimony.
No, there's not, other than the examples of what's in there, but not a breakdown.
Yeah, and I think you referred to these before as solid estimates based on prior experience of CenturyLink.
Correct.
So basically rough estimates.
They're factors, correct. They're factors that we apply against the numbers.
Looking specifically at the generator project, the total there, and that's for the actual equipment cost, says it's $128,053.25. And is that's taken from a quote that's contained in hearing exhibit 100, attachment SD17C on page 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that quote, and we don't have to bring it up because it's confidential, and hopefully if you have it in front of you, go ahead and look at it. That quote includes an amount for freight on page 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your general understanding that freight refers to shipping costs?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. Yet on shipping costs, as we already talked about, were included in overhead costs as well, right?
Yeah, shipping costs were referenced by Mr. Deloche as an example of the items that could be viewed as overhead expenses. It doesn't mean that in every single situation, all of the overhead expenses are incurred. So as I think you've identified here, I think the important thing to note is that the 128,000 or any of those items on the first subtotal line represent the upfront costs that are required to get these technologies in place. But there are simply other overhead costs that come along with them that have not been identified here. And the way we deal with that is by applying factors to estimate what we believe the overheads could be. In other dockets, we've used 8.76% as this overhead. And so this time we use 6. But this is our way of capturing these or identifying these costs.
But in testimony, all that's been identified, again, shipping, handling, sales tax, job site delivery, those were identified as costs being included as part of this factor.
Correct, but I would say that I wouldn't view that list as exhaustive, that there can be other overhead costs associated with activities as we're describing here.
Sure, that's what I assume the et cetera is for. But it says shipping, handling. So shipping is included in the quote and then potentially included in the 6% overhead. But we don't know that because there's not an actual breakdown or cost analysis related to that 6%. Is that correct?
You're correct. It's not broken out. You're correct.
And just for clarification, CenturyLink would also get capital costs of the 15% and profit on top of those potentially double counted shipping costs.
The math, the calculation for the capital cost comes from a line that includes the overhead. So that's how it's calculated, correct? And then the profit margin is calculated off that similar amount. So in the case of the generator, it's the 135,000 amount.
Okay. And then with capital costs, similarly, CenturyLink applied a 15% annual estimate standard to all projects, regardless of the details of the projects.
Yeah, it's a standard factor that we use.
Mm-hmm. And in testimony, capital costs, and I think it's actually described up on the previous page on page 2. Capital costs are described as carrying cost, taxes, depreciation, etc.
Correct.
And again, CenturyLink did not have any breakdown or conduct any actual detailed analysis for these costs for each individual project.
No, we didn't.
And there was no, regarding capital costs and carrying costs, there was no risk assessment done regarding cost recovery for these projects?
Not specific to cost recovery. The factors that we use are a function of the analysis that our finance team does to get to that. The factors that we use, I don't have the details of that. So, but I'm not aware of a risk analysis.
So did the finance team do a breakdown or an actual projection?
Well, generally speaking, a factor like this would be based on information that comes from our finance team.
But again, like the overhead costs, this is just estimate based on experience, not necessarily based on the actual project.
It's not based on one specific project. It's based on experience.
Thank you. And then looking specifically at the Ethernet upgrade project, right there in, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth column, it has the build cost, has $0 for equipment costs. Meanwhile, in hearing exhibit 101, attachment SD1C Rev 2, which is kind of that broad chart with the costs related to the Ethernet upgrade. It lists costs for capital equipment in the non-recurring costs. So is the chart right we see here in SD4, is that incorrect?
No, the chart's correct. It's just it's an attempt to show a lot of data that where the column for Ethernet upgrade is a little unique from every other column. So when you look at the 1,760,000 number, it's a non-recurring cost. And what's in that number is the cost of doing fiber builds, it's the cost of equipment, it's any non-recurring cost that's been identified, either that CenturyLink would have to implement in its network, or that the third-party providers would have to implement. The equipment costs for every other column there are the equipment costs that were identified specific to those projects. So it's an attempt to kind of put several pieces of information in the same chart.
Okay, I'm not really following. So there are equipment costs, but they're included in the build costs, but they're not broken out into equipment costs.
So are we talking specific to the Ethernet project?
Correct, in this chart.
Okay, so $1.76 million.
I understand that amount includes the total. I'm trying to understand what are build costs versus equipment costs when the other chart identifies equipment costs.
So the information that distinguishes between equipment and outside plant costs is in, I think, Exhibit E or Exhibit B. I'm not sure exactly the naming. So the chart breaks down the costs that are upfront costs for the building out the fiber and the upfront cost for the equipment, and both total together to 1.7 million.
And we can move on for this, but I think it's just that it doesn't appear that this chart necessarily matches up with your other chart. Certainly in the total it does, but in the description of the cost, which again, this chart we're looking at here, this is intended to be your master chart regarding the breakdown of the cost.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And the testimony didn't identify the types of equipment, whether in this chart or in the confidential Exhibit B that you were just referencing, or in general, the testimony didn't identify the types of equipment that are required for the projects.
Only in the categories that if a fiber facility is going to be implemented at a location, you have to have equipment that terminates that fiber. So you would know that you would have that kind of equipment, but the specific device itself, no, that's not been identified.
And also you're talking about the Ethernet upgrade project is going to require some fiber build. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we have some other projects that are fiber build projects, and with those projects, CenturyLink provided a costing tool that broke down the description of what went into the construction or what's proposed for the construction. There's not a similar costing tool for the Ethernet upgrade project as well, right?
There have been some cost per foot information provided for the Ethernet project. The screenshots of the costing tool itself, no, we've not provided those.
And then additionally, regarding the build costs, I believe in testimony, I think you touched on it earlier, but the build costs include costs related to Ethernet conversion that's already started happening at certain locations. Is that correct?
Right, correct.
So those costs have already been incurred?
Yeah, to the extent that I don't know where those 6 locations are in the kind of the sequence of time, but we've moved forward with those. So yeah, some costs would have been incurred.
But CenturyLink has provided no invoice or other evidence of the costs that have already been spent on these projects?
Not to my knowledge, no.
But they are included here?
They're included in our overall project.
But we don't know what those are.
Well,
You don't know what those are.
Yeah, I don't, I know I can look at the exhibit and see what the costs are per location. But I don't have the specific costing tool output of that.
Well, and even if you knew the particular locations, you wouldn't know a distinguishment what's estimated going forward versus what's already been spent.
I don't know that, correct.
During your examination with Ms. Oldmeyer, you indicated you were seeking costs associated with the management of diverse last mile connection as part of the plan.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
When you were talking with Ms. Oldmeyer, you had stated you were seeking cost recovery for costs associated with the management of the diverse last mile connection as part of the plan.
Yes.
And are those ongoing or one-time costs?
Those are ongoing.
But again, there's no breakdown of what those costs are.
So the pricing for the CenturyLink provided locations in the Ethernet bill come from already existing contract pricing in Colorado. So we're using pricing for 10 meg Ethernet service that is has been available for a while and it's already been vetted. The price for the third party providers in the Ethernet project was the price from the third party with the 10.5 for the margin added to that.
But again, these are ongoing costs and presumably they're going to go on longer than the 2-year improvement plan.
They will go on as long as we're providing service to the PSAPs. They are definitely ongoing costs.
But you're only you're seeking only to cover a year or 2 years of those costs?
So the way I would look at it is when you look at the NRC portion of the Ethernet upgrade project, the $1.7 million of build, we're seeking to get recovery of those costs, those upfront costs over the 12 months or 24 months, whatever is provided. But that's the NRC part, that's the upfront part. The ongoing costs for the service itself, we're asking to be recovered each month as long as we're providing the service.
So are the ongoing management costs of those included exclusively in the MRC?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So I'll give you an example. Within the cost of a service like 911 service in Colorado includes our network operations group, and so the cost of monitoring the network and then responding if an issue happens. The cost of upgrading the equipment we need over time. There's several costs that are just simply ongoing when you deliver a service, and that's what we've included in the MRC piece of the Ethernet upgrade project.
Thank you for that clarification. And specifically related to the last mile diversity, I'll call them projects, projects within the project, I guess. But this CenturyLink proposes to lease access to other providers' networks. Is that correct?
Correct. In some situations to have that secondary path in.
Mm-hmm. And we had looked at the chart before, that confidential exhibit B. Again, we don't need to pull it up, I don't think. But that last column is the lease costs for leasing from third parties. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's the NRC. Well, it's the NRC portion of it. So
correct.
The last column is the NRC portion of it.
Correct. The NRC. Thank you.
Yep.
And then Those lease costs get put into your the total cost for the
Correct.
Ethernet upgrade project.
Correct.
And then you're charging a 6% overhead on that. On the lease. Is that correct?
No, just the 10%, 10.5% markup. So, okay, so
and the non-recurring costs, those, as you just
okay,
said,
so
those lease costs are added to the total, which is reflected in this master chart. That total is then the 6% is added on top of that. So you're charging a overhead on the lease.
So we are for the non-recurring charges. We're charging.
Yeah, that's all I'm
6%.
talking about is non-recurring. Yeah.
Yes, we are charging the 6% for the non-recurring charges, but there is a monthly recurring lease cost from Comcast, from GTE to Lumen for the ongoing availability of the facilities that they're providing. And to that cost, we've applied the 10.5 margin factor too.
Mm-hmm. Well, the 10.5 is also applied to the lease cost.
Well,
and that's on top of the overhead that's being charged. And let's just go back to the overhead. So we're talking about a lease, and there's no shipping and handling costs on a lease, is there?
So there can be if there's equipment that's has to be shipped on site to do some activity. As we said before, we didn't study the specific overhead costs to this specific proposal. What we've identified is historically, we know there's going to be overhead costs. And so we have factors that we use to calculate those overhead costs so we can use them in calculations like this.
But there has been no identification of what the actual overhead costs are for a lease, just a lease to access the third-party providers.
So I think the way to look at this is there's a portion of delivering the service to the PSAP. There's a portion that GTE provides. We're leasing the fiber from them and we pay them for that. But we're also providing the service of Ethernet across that connection. So there are going to be overhead charges that we're going to incur, and they can be different charges in different situations, but we're going to incur those.
Okay, but the amount that the overhead is getting charged, using to determine and being charged against, is the lease, just the lease cost, straight lease. Here's how much you're paying to get access to the fiber.
So just as a matter of clarification, when you say lease cost, do you mean the monthly recurring lease cost or the upfront non-recurring costs we're going to have to pay? Because
we're only talking about non-recurring.
Okay, so we've applied a 6% factor to that non-recurring cost.
And again, you have this, and what we're talking about, the lease cost. This is the cost, paying just like you pay rent or anywhere else to lease. You are just paying an amount to get access to that fiber. So
it's the cost of the construction that we're paying GTE to. If there is a construction cost, and there isn't always a construction cost, it's the cost of the equipment that they'll have to put on premise. And yeah, we're applying a 6% factor to that.
Okay, so you're suggesting that shipping and handling, sales tax, none of that's included in the lease cost? Or you just don't know?
I don't know. I don't know. That's why we use a factor, because we have to use a factor to estimate what we think the cost will be.
Well, there's just been no breakdown or actual analysis of these costs at all.
Not specific to these projects.
Sure.
Correct.
Okay. And so, give me a second, Your Honor. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we got about 12 minutes. I'm going to ask you some questions, Mr. Carlson, because I got to take a break at 3:30. And so we're going to about 12 minutes of questions, maybe less.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Ms. Oldemeyer was talked about the concurrent sessions and the 600 versus 620. Why are we using the 600 as opposed to the 620, since that's a more recent number that's been used by company?
So, so if we look at each situation separately, so the concurrent sessions of 600 that we're recommending is for the monthly recurring charge for the Ethernet project, and it's a charge that will continue on. It'll be year 3, year 4, year 5. And so it will function exactly like the charge we already have in place for the EZNet, which is a network, and the charge that we have already in place for a solution that we provide called ECATS, which is an analytics solution. They will all use 600. It'll be a common denominator that if in the future there is a rebalancing of the rate, we have all the services that are providing to 911 operating with a common a concurrent session count. So that's the MRC for the Ethernet project. For the build projects, it's a fixed duration. We're recommending 12 months. It could be 2 years. It could be something else, but it's a fixed duration. So not subject to rebalancing over time. So in that case, the recommendation was to use 623, which is the actual count at this point. So that's the logic behind the two different factors.
Couldn't you just use 620 for both, or 623 for both of them? I mean, to keep them. I mean, your logic seemed to be that we want to keep them all the same on the first one. I mean, you could keep them all the same if it was 623 too, couldn't you? I mean,
well, it depends on which problem you want to solve for. So, you know, but so we're choosing to solve the problem of let's keep it consistent with what we already have out there.
All right. Hey, Ms. Federico, could you get that last chart up there that I'm sure Mr. Carlson just enjoyed looking at all day?
Is that SD4?
Yeah, with the 12-month, or I think it's 12 or 24-month breakdown. Mr. Cox, which one did you have up there? I like that one. I was trying to remember it.
Yes, hearing exhibit 10101, attachment
yeah.
SD4.
Yeah, okay. That's good.
Is this the right page?
Yeah, that'd work. That's fine. So I gotta tell you, Mr. Carlson, the one thing I've heard people ask, and Mr. Cox was all over it a second ago, is his overhead costs. And I gotta tell you what, you've done a marvelous job of tap dancing and word salads on what actually falls into that overhead costs. And I want to congratulate you on that. But I want to know something. Sometimes it's engineering costs, sometimes it's not engineering costs, sometimes it's shipping costs, sometimes it's not. What actually is in that barrel?
So I can give you examples of that.
I want to know what's in the barrel. I want to know exactly what's in that barrel.
And if I had that information, I would give it to you. I would tell you that we've done a study to understand what the build costs are. We've done a study to figure out what the equipment costs are. And we have quotes and models that factor in all the things that you need to know in order to get to those amounts. But we don't have a way of knowing exactly what the overhead costs are going to be for a particular project. And the only option we have is to use a historic factor to estimate it. And that's what we've done here.
Yeah, but here's my problem with that is I just kind of want to know what historically, if you're looking at it historically, you should historically know what goes into those things. And so you should be able to spit out, this goes in, that doesn't go in. Because that's how you find that out. That's how I mean, if you historically know it comes out to this percentage, you historically must know what goes in there, shouldn't you?
You know what? I think that's a fair question. And I just don't have that information available to me.
Okay, let me ask you this one. And this is one thing you mentioned a couple of times here, and I think you think it's a good point, but it doesn't work for me as a good point. Is you said, hey, you know what, we're using that 6% overhead. You know, in other cases, we used 8.75. Well, you know what that tells me when you say it? I mean, I think you're telling me that to say, listen, we're really cutting you a good deal here. But what that makes it sound to me like is you're just making it up. Why don't you cut us a better deal and make it 3? I mean, why is that?
So,
I mean, how does that's the way that came across to me. I mean, why was the 1.875? Because you've historically looked at this stuff.
right. You know, I don't have a good answer for you on that, to be honest. I mean, I think that if I was to go back a couple of weeks and be a part of the conversation, then the factor would have been 8.76. So that's the factor that was chosen to use at this time. So that's the factor we're going to use. But I appreciate what you're saying. I think if I could take 6% and break it down into all the subparts relevant to these projects, then we would have complete clarity here. So I appreciate the question that you're asking.
And let me ask you this one. I mean, when I look at that again, I look at the Burlington Lamar equipment project. Well, we've got no build costs. And I look at the one right next to it, the Salida Howard Fiber project, and we've got $637,664 in build costs. Yet our overhead, percentage-wise, is exactly the same. I mean, is there no differentiation between the projects, whether there's a build cost or not? It's just, I mean, it just seems like a number you're throwing at me. Why is there not a difference on that?
You know, I think in reality, there certainly could be a difference in specific overheads related to the build cost, which is really fiber. It's the fiber piece of it. And then the equipment, which is the optical electronics. There probably would be more overheads are related to the equipment costs. I mean, that theoretically, but we don't have a factor that splits it out by type of cost. And so we end up having an aggregate factor that we apply to the totals like we did here.
Well, but when I look at the law that I have, or the rule that I have to follow here, you're supposed to provide a firm estimated cost. Now, you know, I mean, again, I would just assume that if there's no build costs and something, and there is build costs in another one, which is over $500,000, that the overhead would probably be greater in the other one. And so is that firm then, or is that just throwing a number on
it? You know, I'm not being flippant here, sir. I'm not sure the definition of firm. So what I would say is we have worked to provide our best solid estimate of what the costs are with the factors that we typically use. I would not expect, you know, we're certainly not anticipating it, you know, the overheads going more than that, and not anticipating you know, coming back at, you know, and saying, well, let's revisit that.
Okay. Well, and again, don't worry about being flippant on that. I don't know what it means either.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I got to figure out, and that's what why I'm trying to figure out whether you think that's firm, if there's that difference in there between the projects. The next one I want to ask you about on this is the capital costs, and again, it just seems odd to me that the capital costs in year 1 and year 2 would be exactly the same. Wouldn't there be a lesser capital cost in year 2?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I guess the idea of this information here is to recognize that you know, costs will start getting incurred as we spend capital on these projects, and we don't know the exact timing of when the projects are going to start. I mean, we're recommending as soon as possible. But the factor that we've received to apply against the capital investment is you know, what you see here, and you know, our calculations just use those factors you know, in both years.
Well,
so if I'm sorry.
Again, I mean, trust me, I'm about as lazy as it gets, but that kind of looks lazy to me to use that same 15%. I've got to think it's got to be a decreased capital cost in year 2. And again, that's fine to put that in there, but these are the numbers that are going to be used to determine what costs that ratepayers are going to pay. And, when it's an obvious one to me, I just kind of question why it's not lower. Or what's the rationale behind it?
I guess the rationale would be that, we're just applying the same factor in both years. This is for 2 years. If we, obviously if we recover the cost in 1 year, then there's only one year applied.
But wouldn't you agree that the capital costs are more than likely going to be less in year 2 if it goes to a 2-year?
I think that's potential, and I think there's a potential for that they could be different. It just, the way we would understand the difference would be by going through kind of a month by month calculation of when the capital spend happened and what the tax implications are, and the other pieces that go into that factor. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. And I told you I would be done in, I think, 12 minutes, and I think I have like about 30 seconds left, and there it goes. We will take a 15-minute break, and then Mr. Carlson, apart from redirect, you're going to be done. So
Okay.
we'll be back in 15 to 3:45.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. All right. Tracy, you hear me?
I can hear you.
All righty. We shall go back on the record with proceeding 23A-0197T. And Mr. Carlson, I am quite sure you remember this, but you're still on the record, or you're still under oath, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so now is there any redirect?
There is, Your Honor. I just want to redirect. I think I just want to do two things just to foreshadow. I'm going to ask Mr. Carlson to talk a little bit about the monthly recurring charge associated with the Ethernet upgrade, and then I'm going to show him some cost support documents for the Ethernet project as well, just to have him verify them because they were not submitted as attachments. So those are the two things I'm planning on doing. So if I could start first, Ms. Federico, if you could pull up Exhibit 110 again. Thank you. All right. Mr. Carlson, you had, I think, received some questions from Ms. Oldemeyer concerning this document and the purpose of it and the charge that would come as a result. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And just to set the background for some of these questions, can you just remind everybody what this document is?
So this document shows the calculation for the monthly recurring rate element for the Ethernet project.
Okay. And this is for, what costs are you seeking to recover here?
So it's the ongoing costs that are incurred by offering Ethernet services to these PSAPs, and the cost, not only the cost that CenturyLink incurs on a monthly recurring basis internally, but also costs that we pay to the third-party vendors who are providing the underlying access.
Okay. And I think in connection with Mr. Cox's questions, you'd identified those underlying providers as being either Comcast or GTT. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and just to reiterate, Comcast and GTT also is it GTT or GTE?
GTT.
Okay. All right. I'll make sure I get that straight. Also has a non-recurring element to it, to the charges as well. Is that right?
It does.
And can you explain a little bit what the non-recurring charges are for versus what the recurring charges are for?
So the non-recurring charges for the third-party providers are basically two parts. If they have to build their fiber out to a piece application, then there's a non-recurring charge for that. And then there's a non-recurring charge for the equipment that has to be purchased at the site for the build. So, but those are upfront in nature. They're not recurring in nature. That's why they're called non-recurring charges.
Okay. And is it accurate to say all the costs for those non-recurring charges are included in that $1.7 million figure you had for the Ethernet?
That's correct.
Okay. And in that $1.7 million are the CenturyLink charges costs, I'm sorry, that it's going to incur for building also included?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And so what we're looking at right now are recurring charges, is that right?
Exactly.
And this is for the product.
Correct.
And that product is going to be Ethernet essentially.
That's correct.
And these costs that are reflected here in provisioning the product are a combination of both the charges that you receive from third parties and the charges that when they provide the access, and then there are also charges that CenturyLink or costs CenturyLink incurs for providing the project itself, right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware of the fact, I think this was mentioned by Ms. Oldemeyer, that staff opposes the inclusion of these costs?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. And is it your understanding that they take the position that it's not necessarily that these costs are inappropriate, it's just inappropriate to award in this docket?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And can you explain a little bit about what your response is to that?
Yeah. So given the recurring nature of these costs, the only way for Lumen to provide Ethernet service, the only way for Lumen to enable the PSAPs to have the future, current and future capabilities that Ethernet brings is we have to have our costs recurred on a monthly recurring basis for as long as we're providing service, which could be, you know, for however long we're the BSP and the 911 provider in the state. So if we don't receive recovery of those costs going forward, then we can't provide the service.
And so, I mean, do you feel like you're in a situation where if you don't get these costs approved now, and you later don't have your tariff approved, you're in a situation where you've incurred the non-recurring charges, pass those to the ratepayers, and then can't provide the service?
I think you have to look at both of them together. That the way the information has been identified is to provide the service that we're talking about here, Ethernet provided in a diverse way. You have to have a certain amount of non-recurring charges to enable that, but then you need to have the monthly recurring charges. You have to have them both.
And do you have a viewpoint if the court or the commission were to agree with staff's position that approving this monthly recurring rate in the tariff was beyond the scope of this proceeding, but the commission nevertheless approved then the cost recovery for non-recurring charges, what would CenturyLink do?
You know, I think we would have to evaluate the whole proposal and look at it from you know, a different perspective and see if we're stranding investment out there in the non-recurring by not having the service costs taken care of on the monthly recurring side.
Okay. I'm going to move off the monthly recurring charge then. I'm going to, at this point, I've been asked to show the witness some confidential documents. I believe all the remainder part of his testimony will be confidential because I'll be going back and forth between confidential documents. So if I could ask to have those procedures put in place.
Yeah, just give me a few minutes.
Before whether we were going out of confidential, and then I was really good about it too. Proud of myself, and then I forgot once it was obvious.
All right, we're all set.
Okay, I'm not Ms. Cope, I'm not going to have you get re-entered in there. I don't think we're too far into your testimony. That your testimony has been admitted into the record here, so you may continue.
Okay. And Ms. Cope, I think you were saying that you don't recall exactly how many of those meetings were held. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. In Mr. Deloche's testimony, it said that there were at least 9. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That sounds right.
Okay. During those meetings, you had the opportunity to present any ideas of LIDA for creating network improvements. Isn't that correct?
That's not how I recall the meetings were held.
Okay, so do you not agree that you did? Do you believe you did not have the opportunity to present your own or LIDA's proposals?
That's correct.
Okay, and what stopped LIDA from providing its own proposals during those meetings?
CenturyLink came forward with their ideas of projects and presented those to stakeholders.
And LIDA presented none, correct?
That's correct. CenturyLink presented the projects.
Okay. I want to take you to the first opinion that you expressed in your testimony. And just for the record, I'm referring to hearing exhibit 600, opinion number 1, which is on page 12. Just remind you what that opinion was. I'll just read it quickly and then ask you. Oh, well, we can do it together. Excellent. Thank you. says, when the intended purpose of a project is to create a secondary path for 911 calls, third-party facilities should be fully and fairly vetted as alternatives to the proposed new middle mile fiber builds, given the potential benefits such as reduction in cost and shortened timeline to implementation. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Is it your opinion that CenturyLink in this docket would be eligible to recover leasing costs from third parties for facilities that go beyond 2 years?
I think it depends.
And can you give us some of the factors that you think it may depend on?
So if there is a opportunity to share lease infrastructure, there may not be a cost. So I think it depends. It's hard to just give a blanket statement to say that any cost recovery of a lease is fair. There could be a lot of arrangements that should be fully vetted.
I don't have any further questions.
All right. And I just got maybe 5. It'll be real simple. The Howard fiber build in Salida, should I approve that or should I not approve that?
I do not believe, sir, that you should approve that.
Okay. Central City fiber build, should I approve that or not approve that?
I also believe that that should be denied.
Lamar Electronics middle mile diversity, approve or not approve?
As presented, I believe that should be denied.
Portable generator, fuel trailer, approve or not approve?
I believe that should be denied.
Ethernet upgrade with last mile diversity, approve or not approve?
It is my opinion that should be denied.
Do you think it's better do you think that the 911 system in Colorado will be better off if these are not approved?
As presented by CenturyLink and the convoluted pricing that we have been presented with, and the information presented on the middle mile fiber build or lack thereof, I believe Colorado would be better off at this time not approving these projects to allow the stakeholders to fully vet them.
If this delays these projects going into place, say by 5 years, is that a good thing? A bad thing?
From a blanket statement, I do believe that backup power is critical, but I do not believe that cost should be bared by 911. So there's a lot of different pieces as it pertains to these projects that I think could strengthen an infrastructure, like having a generator, but that is a cost that I believe CenturyLink should have to fund and not the 911 community.
But if it's a critical need, doesn't it need to be done as quickly as possible?
If it's a critical need, that should bear the cost of 911, perhaps, but I think we need to be able to fully vet and understand the costs to understand if 911 should pay 100% of costs for a for-profit company.
How much time do we have to take to figure that out for a critical need? Or what's the most amount of time we can take to figure that out for a critical need?
Your Honor, I think that is a critical question, and it's one that I'm faced with in 911 all the time. We have risks, we have to accept risks, we have to mitigate risks, and we have to understand where we're putting our crucial efforts. And in this case, I believe that the 911 community and specifically the EZNet users group should come in partnership with CenturyLink to identify projects in a timeline, a reasonable timeline, and bring critical partners to the table to research solutions. So that may take 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, but as we build on the tariff and we have this critical cost, we have to be fiscally responsible and do our due diligence. And most importantly, make sure we're fixing the problem. We may say we have middle mile fiber, but as we've heard today, it may all demarc at the same physical location. So we still have single points of failure. So if we really want to improve and fix the infrastructure, we need to understand truly what we're fixing, the infrastructure we're fixing, and make sure we're spending good money and not wasting that precious resource of our community.
You know, and that's the problem I have, is that I have to figure out that balance there. Because if you delay projects like this, are we delaying, or do we have failures that happen and then 911 service is not there when necessary? And it's a difficult decision. Thank you. Any redirect?
I do, Your Honor, just briefly. I want to go back, Ms. Polk, to the questions about critical need. Did there come a time where you, in your role as a professional, actually put in writing your requests that would go to CenturyLink and were sent to CenturyLink for purposes of developing the 2024 improvement plan content?
Extensively, yes. And we submitted a document, and I believe that document is on file.
And when you say we, are you referring to whom?
I'm sorry, Lita.
Did CCOA, well, do you know what CCOA is?
Yeah, CCOA is Colorado Council of Authorities.
And are you involved in that agency?
I am. I'm the chair.
And to your knowledge, did CCOA ever provide a document titled CCOA input?
Yes, CCOA did, and that was on behalf of the CCOA members, which I believe at the time we had 21 members. I think we have 22 now, but at the time we submitted that document, it did reflect all of our members that were present.
And was that something submitted to CenturyLink in the fall of 2023?
Yes, it was.
And was that expressing what the governing bodies that you identified, the 21 governing bodies who are members of CCOA, identified as critical needs for improving the basic emergency service network in Colorado?
Yes, that was the purpose of the document.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Cup, thank you very much. You may go about your rest of your day. Thank you for, I don't know how long you're waiting around, but I do appreciate you waiting. I do appreciate your testimony very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, CCOA may call its witness.
At this time, we would call Andrew Dameron.
Mr. Dameron, would you raise your right hand for me? You swear affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right. Go right ahead, Ms. Oldemeyer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dameron. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Andrew Dameron, Dameron.
And are you currently employed, sir?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
The City and County of Denver.
And do you have a title?
I do. Director of Denver 911.
Did you participate in developing written testimony for the Colorado Council of Authorities, Inc.
I did.
for purposes of this improvement plan proceeding?
I did.
We would offer hearing exhibit 700.
Any objection to 700? Hearing none, 700 shall be admitted.
If you could please pull up attachment AD3 to hearing exhibit 700. Mr. Dameron, were you online when Mrs. Culp testified on behalf of Lita?
Yes, I was.
And did you hear her refer to a document CCOA sent to CenturyLink in the fall of 2023?
Yes, I did.
Is attachment AD3 that document?
I believe so, yes.
With respect to attachment AD2,
Are you asking for that one to be pulled up?
yes, please. I'm sorry. This is a exhibit entitled Voice of Colorado Council of Authorities, Inc. in proceeding number 23-0197T. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Does that express the requests of 20 governing bodies in Colorado as to the projects that are proposed at an issue in this case?
Yes, it does.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dameron. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Good, good. Ms. Federico, if you don't mind pulling up again attachment 83 to exhibit 700 was. Mr. Dameron, this is an attachment to your testimony, correct?
Yes, it was.
All right, it's called the input of Colorado Council of Authorities. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What projects or proposals are included in this document for CenturyLink to consider in connection with the network improvement plan?
Well, again, to echo someone previously, not to be flippant, but I guess it depends on your definition of a project. This document requests assessment of the network as it exists, including a comprehensive accounting for all single points of failure. I would, if you categorize that as a project, that is one of the things that it recommends.
Okay. So is it accurate to say that this document represents a request for information?
Yes.
Okay. But within this document, there is not a single defined network improvement project that you were recommending Lumen to undertake, is there?
No.
And Lumen did respond, or I'm sorry, CenturyLink did respond to this this input. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, and you state in your testimony that there was a response. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and on page 15 of your testimony, you quote from that response, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
But you didn't attach the response. Why not?
I don't know.
Okay. Ms. Federico, could you pull up exhibit 111, please? It is not confidential, although it's also, and it is marked actually. And if you could reduce the scope a little bit, there we go. This this document, I'll just read it to the record, is entitled Response of Qwest Corporation dba CenturyLink QC to September 23, 2023 informal information request issued by Colorado Council of Authorities, Inc. and others. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is this the document to which you were referring to as the CenturyLink response in your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I won't go through in detail this document, but CenturyLink did provide information to CCOA, at least with regard to certain questions in this document. Is that correct?
I am not sure.
Okay. Perhaps we can scroll down this Federico maybe to let's go to page, sorry. Well, we can start on page 2. There's a request number 1 here, and this is, do you understand these requests to have been the requests from CCA in the September 2023 attachment 3 to your testimony?
I'm afraid I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I won't, as Judge stated earlier, the documents will speak for themselves, and I don't want to belabor this, but do you see that Qwest or Lubin does have a response here underneath request number 1?
I do see that, yes.
Okay, and if we can scroll to the next page, please. Do you see additional requests here?
I do.
And do you see additional responses from CenturyLink?
I do.
Okay. So just to reiterate, you would agree with me that CenturyLink did respond to the input provided by CCOA in advance of the filing of the second amended application?
I would.
Okay. I'd move for admission of Exhibit 111.
Any objection to 111? Hearing none, 111 shall be admitted.
And I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time this afternoon, Mr. Damron.
Mr. Damron, I've got just a couple for you, the same kind of ones I heard Ms. Culp get. And I'll just do it real quickly. Are any of the projects proposed by CenturyLink, should I approve any of them?
It is the position of the 20 authorities represented by CCOA that they should not be approved.
Okay. Could you point me, and I forgot to ask Ms. Culp this one, can you point me to any projected cost that is out of line that causes great, problems when you look at it as an estimate?
What I would point you to is what has been discussed, I think, at length in this hearing, is the lack of transparency in how those costs were derived, and how that conflicts with the fiduciary responsibility that we have as authorities to our ratepayers.
Well, they list costs for instance, the cost of putting the fiber in certain places. Is there anything in that estimate that you look at and go, my God, it can't cost that much? It's way too much. Is there anything like that strikes you as out of line?
I do not have the requisite subject matter expertise to know what a market value would be for those.
Okay, but you've not been told of any in your discussions with others or anything like that. You can't point me in any direction that way, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you think that if those costs are not way out of line, if they in fact were within a reasonable amount, do you think the 911 system in Colorado would be better with these projects?
I believe the answer to that question is one of matter of degrees. While these improvements may improve the system, what is at issue from CCOA's perspective is this the best use of ratepayer funds, and will this provide the best improvement possible when there are perhaps lower hanging fruit and more impactful improvements that could be made? If the Colorado 911 authorities and CenturyLink were able to find a bit more of a collaborative working relationship.
Okay, but you realize my choices are not this or something else. My choices are this or nothing.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
And so if I say no to this, we're back to the drawing board and we're not starting until 2026. And so do you feel good with none of these projects, or any projects for that matter?
It is the position of the 20 authorities represented by CCOA that yes, we are better off not approving these projects.
That the 911 system, we better not doing anything until at least 2026.
When compared to the projects as proposed, yes, sir.
All right, that's all I have. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dameron, thank you very much. Thank you for waiting around. Thank you for taking the questions. Do very much appreciate that. And you may go on your way, or you can hang out if you want to. All up to you. All right, staff with their witness, Mr. Cox.
Thanks, Your Honor. Staff calls Jennifer Kirkland to the stand.
Ms. Kirkland, you raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm and tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, Mr. Cox, you go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Kirkland. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Kirkland, Kirkland.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the state of Colorado, Division of Regulatory Agencies in the PUC as the State 911 Program Manager.
Did you cause to be filed answer testimony, including exhibits, in this proceeding on June 12th, which has been marked as hearing exhibit 400?
I did.
And if I asked you the questions that are contained in your answer testimony, would your answers be the same today?
They would.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 200 and its attachments.
I think you meant 400, but
excuse me, 400, yes.
Any objection to 400? Hearing none, 400 shall be admitted. And 200 for two, but I don't think there is one.
Thank you for catching that. And Mrs. Kirkland, are you familiar with the latest revised cost information, which we've talked about today? They've been marked as attachments SD1C Rev 2 and SD4 Rev 2 to hearing exhibit 101, as well as the additional cost information that was just adopted as exhibits by CenturyLink in their redirect.
Yes, I'm familiar.
And it has that revised cost information and that additional cost information that was contained in those attachments and exhibits changed your recommendations regarding the projects?
No, it has not.
Please explain.
The documentation that's been provided gives additional clarity into why CenturyLink provided them. There are still gaps in understanding what exactly those costs pertain to. For example, in the documentation, the number $5,501 has been referenced a couple of times this afternoon. There is still no clarity as to what piece of equipment that figure refers to. So there's a lack of clarity as to what equipment would be placed at each PSAP in order to achieve that project end. And that's just one example.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirkland. Your Honor, Mrs. Kirkland is available for cross and or your questions.
All right, thank you. CenturyLink, any cross?
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Kirkland. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Thank you. You gave, I believe in your testimony, you had challenged the project on the basis of lack of adequate cost information. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think one of the areas in which you had challenged the Ethernet project was in the lack of cost support for the for quotes from third parties. Is that correct?
Among others, yes.
Okay. I'm just going to break down, and try to get a feel for exactly what you feel like is adequately cost supported at this point and what's still remaining. Based on the exhibits that were produced to you and shown today to Mr. Carlson regarding costs provided by third parties, Comcast and GTT, concerning non-recurring and recurring charges associated with the Ethernet upgrade, do you still believe that at least those elements lack adequate cost support?
Yes.
Okay. what additional cost information do you believe it would be necessary in order to support the GTT and Comcast charges?
Which document do you want to work with for your question?
Sure. I'd like to keep us, I guess, without getting into confidential material. There were, you recall when we looked at hearing exhibit 101 attachment SD1C, which was the list of the wire centers associated with the Ethernet upgrade. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you recall that in connection with that exhibit, CenturyLink had identified essentially non-recurring lease charges that they had received from third parties.
Yes.
Okay, and in particular, without pulling up the exhibit, I'm talking about the column that was identified as additional cap. Was that right? No, I'm sorry. Third party lease cost NRC. It's the far column on the left, on the right. I'm sorry. Do you see that?
You're talking about the far right yellow column?
Yeah. Well, the far right orange column I was talking about.
I see that column.
Okay. Mr. Carlson testified that the costs in that column were supported by the email quotes that CenturyLink received from GTT and Comcast. Was that your understanding?
I understand that's what he's testified to, yes.
Okay. And what is it about the emails and his testimony that still leads you to believe that CenturyLink has not adequately supported the costs reflected in that column?
I don't see adequate documentation from those third-party emails that support the costs listed in those columns or that line up with each of these PSAP's costs.
Okay. Well, let me start first with, do you question the legitimacy of the costs that were included in the Comcast and GTT emails?
It's not a question of legitimacy. It's more a question of transparency and clarity.
Okay. So, are you, if CenturyLink were to match the costs in those emails in some fashion with the costs that we see in that third-party lease cost NRC, would that alleviate your concerns as to the adequacy of the cost support?
I would have to see what CenturyLink produces in order to answer that question appropriately.
Okay. Have you undertaken an exercise in attempting to link the costs provided in those emails to the costs that are represented on, Exhibit 101, attachment SD1C?
Yes, I have spent much time in that exercise.
Okay. Were you able to confirm that the costs in the third-party lease cost NRC column were all supported by the emails that were marked into evidence earlier here today?
I was unable to confirm that.
Okay. Can you give us an idea for how many of the costs in that column you were unable to trace to those emails? Was it a few? Was it a lot? All?
I would prefer to work in specifics. So if you could point to a specific email that you would like to ask a question about in regards to this document, I'm happy to answer that.
Sure. I'd prefer to work in having you identify a specific cost that you believe wasn't supported. So why don't we do it the other way around? If you have this document in front of you, again, it's attachment 101. I'm sorry, exhibit 101, attachment SD1C. We'll start perhaps just with the Alamosa wire center here. There's a provider identified in the second row as GTT. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, and there's a third-party cost identified there for that particular NRC. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, and I'm not going to read it into the record because we are not in the confidential portion of this testimony, but were you or were you not able to tie that number in the row for GTT to the GTT emails that we were looked at earlier?
Well, I haven't memorized the emails specifically, and so without pulling up that document, I am unable to answer that question specifically.
Okay. Is there a single cost in that column, the third-party lease cost NRC column, that you can tell us right now under oath that you know is not supported by the emails that were marked into evidence earlier today?
Without looking specifically at it, not at this time.
Okay. And let me ask you the same. Let's move over two rows. So we're the third row from the. I'm sorry, two columns. So we're the third column from the end. It's the third-party lease cost MRC access column. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, and I'll just ask you the same question. Is there a single cost reflected in that column for the third-party carriers that you know is not supported by any of the emails that were marked into evidence earlier today?
It's staff's position that monthly recurring costs should not be considered as part of this proceeding.
Okay, so by answering the question in that fashion, am I to assume that you did not undertake the analysis as to whether or not the costs in that column were supported by the emails that were admitted into evidence earlier today?
I spent less time on the monthly recurring costs because it's our position that that should not be considered as part of this proceeding.
Okay, so I'll come back and ask the question that I asked 2 questions ago again and ask you to answer it this time. Is there a single cost in the column marked third-party lease cost MRC access that you know is not supported by any of the emails that were marked into evidence earlier today?
Not at this time.
Okay. And let me turn to the cost that you did identify as lacking support. It was the $5,501 in capital equipment costs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only cost on this spreadsheet that you believe lacks cost support?
Sorry, I'm just looking at the spreadsheet. Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Is that the only category of costs in reflected on the spreadsheet that you know as you sit here today lack cost support?
At this time, yes.
Okay. Let me move on off costs. And Judge, I know we're getting close to 5. I probably just have, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe. So just for timing, I don't know if we want to try to squeeze all this in today and finish, or I'll defer to you, the group.
Well, yeah, when you were done, I was going to try and figure that out. I'd like to. What I might do is take a break at 5 for about 10 minutes and then finish up. There shouldn't be a whole lot more by anyone. We should be able to get done in the next about 40 minutes. I already talked to my court reporter and Ms. Federico, and they are always nice to me. So they said they would hang around. So why don't you finish up and then we'll take a quick break and then hopefully finish it all up.
Thanks, Judge. Okay, Ms. Kirkland, in your testimony, you oppose approval of the Salida Howard route. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and one of the reasons you oppose approval of that route is because the proposal is to replace existing copper facilities. Is that right?
Yes, that's one of the reasons.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that fiber optic cable is much more reliable and capable of handling higher capacity applications than copper?
Yes.
Okay. And if one of the goals of the network improvement rules is to increase reliability and functionality of the BSP network, would you agree that a replacement of copper with fiber would be a way to accomplish that goal?
That is one way, yes.
Let me turn your attention then to the subject you'd raised earlier about the tariff. So can you explain to us, I know it's in your testimony, but can you explain to us why staff believes that it's inappropriate to approve an MRC in this proceeding?
Yes, the monthly recurring charge as part of the tariff is required to be filed as a tariff update or an amendment to the tariff. And while I believe it's appropriate to raise the need or the necessity as part of this proceeding, so that all parties can be aware that if this particular project is approved, then there will be an associated monthly recurring charge. The approval of a monthly recurring charge should occur elsewhere and separate from this proceeding.
Do you see that there could be a risk to everyone if the Ethernet upgrade project were approved without certainty that there would be a monthly recurring charge ultimately approved to go along with it?
I see that there's a risk, but I also see that there is process for communication to take place between the two proceedings in order to ensure that CenturyLink would not incur undue risk.
Judge, could you, we hold on just, I just want to talk to my client here for 15 seconds and see if there's anything more, and then I'll come right back. Is that
Absolutely.
okay?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Kirkland, thank you very much for your analysis and time this afternoon. We don't have any more questions.
Right. Ms. Oldemeyer, do you still want to ask any questions, Ms. Kirkland?
I do, Your Honor.
How are you going to use, are you planning on using 20 minutes worth?
Oh, I don't think so, maybe 10.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's take about a 10-minute break till about 5:15. And then we'll do that. You can ask questions. I just have a few questions. It won't be very long. Mr. Cox, I'm not going to hold you to this. Are you anticipating very long on a redirect at this point?
No, hopefully it shouldn't be very long.
Okay, let's do that and probably be about 30 minutes or so. We can get done today and not come back tomorrow for 30 minutes. So I'm gonna give my court reporter a little bit of break and we'll come back at 5:15. All right, let's go back on the record. I'll make sure Tracy can hear me. Tracy can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Let's go back on the record proceeding number 23A-0197T. Again, thank you everyone for hanging around. Hopefully we can get this done here today and not have to get up early tomorrow. Ms. Kirkland, I will remind you that you are still under oath. Ms. Oldmeyer, you may start any cross-examination that you have.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kirkland, I kind of want to go back to a topic that Mr. Schneider covered in depth. And to do so, I would ask that we pull up hearing exhibit 100 at page 16, which is not a confidential document. If we could scroll down to line 9 in the chart that follows below that. Thank you. Ms. Kirkland, have you seen these project details before that are contained within hearing exhibit 100?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the build-in region, those 25 PSAPs, and then the ILEC on-net augment required PSAPs, and there are 10, those all require a piece of equipment? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And so those 35 PSAPs, have you seen a quote of CenturyLink ordering 35 somethings?
I have not.
And so if you haven't seen a quote, you don't know if the $5,501 figure includes a volume discount.
Judge, I'm sorry, I object. This appears to be friendly cross-examination, and I don't think that's allowed under the commission rules.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure what you're going to be doing with this this cross-examination, honestly, which is why I asked if you had any. But
well, let me ask it this way. Are you asking that any project be approved with 6% overhead costs?
Judge, again, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, please, by all means, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jennifer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
You didn't interrupt me. You're in the middle of an objection there. What's your objection?
Again, I believe it's friendly cross, but I guess I'll let it develop a little bit more.
Okay. All right. That's fine. You can answer the question.
Will you ask the question again, please?
Do you believe that any of the projects that are proposed should be approved with 6% added on for overhead?
I believe that if any projects are approved, that the costs involved in that should be clearly understood.
Do you clearly understand the overhead costs associated with any of the projects proposed in the second amended application?
No, I do not have a clear understanding of the overhead costs.
Council asked you, and this is cross, about the Comcast quotes and the GTT quotes. My question to you is, did you ever see a conflict where there was a quote for the same location between Comcast and GTT, and the higher number was chosen for purposes of CenturyLink's projects?
Judge, again, that's certainly friendly cross if she's setting the table here for a testimony from a witness to indicate that CenturyLink has improperly calculated costs.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. And move it along.
Your recommendation to the administrative law judge and the Public Utilities Commission ultimately is that these projects be approved subject to providing additional information. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
You did not have the benefit of CCOA's answer testimony when you filed staff's answer testimony. Have you had the opportunity to review CCOA's answer testimony?
Yes, I have.
And your recommendations have not changed, is that correct?
That's correct.
So where earlier there was testimony about any projects that aren't approved, we have to come back in 2 years. There's historic precedent for withdrawal of an improvement plan and coming back a year later. True?
This is the first improvement plan that's been proposed under the new rules that require it. So I'm not sure what you're asking.
In 2023, did CenturyLink propose an improvement plan subject to NTIA funding for 3 middle mile fiber builds totaling $17 million?
Yes.
And they withdrew that, correct?
They tried to withdraw that, and this proceeding is still open because the parties asked the judge to keep it open so that we could be here discussing this improvement plan that we're talking about today.
Correct. And the 2024 improvement plan that was filed on February 15th, 2024, bears no resemblance to the first plan submitted in 2023, correct?
There's resemblance in that it's in the same proceeding and some of the same projects.
Which project is the same?
Without comparing the two, I would not be able to answer that.
Why is that relevant? It's 5 o'clock. Why is that relevant?
Your Honor, I think it's relevant to the big picture here, but I will move along. With respect to your recommendation that the projects be approved with condition that additional information be provided later, how do you envision that process going?
I couldn't say that for sure. It's up to CenturyLink to provide the information that is requested, and it's up to CenturyLink to provide adequate documentation for all parties involved to determine whether or not the costs that they have put forth are adequately supported.
Staff does not share CCOA's concerns that some of these improvements are for the OSP network. Is that correct?
I have concerns about what the costs are that they have put out and what they have provided for documentation or lack thereof.
So the answer is no. Staff does not have concerns that some of these projects benefit the OSP network.
Staff doesn't have clarity as to which pieces would benefit the OSP network versus the 911 network and what costs are associated with each.
So does staff not have sufficient information for purposes of Rule 2143B, whether 100% of the cost should be allocated to 911 versus the commercial side of the business?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Staff lacks sufficient information to take a position on whether 100% of the costs of a proposed project should be borne by 911 versus a portion or all borne by the commercial side of CenturyLink's business.
Staff lacks additional or sufficient information to determine whether the projects proposed would benefit OSPs versus BES.
Is there anything in the rules that would prohibit, if, to your knowledge, if this application was denied in full or withdrawn, CenturyLink from coming back on or before February of 2025 with a different plan?
Judge, I'm going to just object on foundation and asking a legal question of a lay witness.
And I don't think it's really relevant. Put that one on there too. That's the way it goes. I think what you're going on, Ms. Oldemeyer, is the 2-year deal, but it wouldn't be going forward until 2026. So yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Oldmeyer actually hit on the one thing that I was going to ask you about, Ms. Kirkland, real quickly. In my review of it, all but one of the projects, staff, and I'll say is qualified in favor of. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But I mean, I think I'm stuck by the fact in its current form, would staff recommend going forward with these projects, with me approving the projects with the current information there?
With the current information, everything that's been provided, I think there's still a lack of clarity as to what the costs are and the documentation for those costs. So my qualified approval is still there, that yes, I would like to see some of these projects go forward if the costs can be documented and supported, and I haven't seen that.
But I mean, I've got what I've got, and you have what you have. So based on its current form, then you would say that I should not approve it. Because I don't think I can approve it and say, hey, you got to file more stuff, because it'd be kind of a conditional approval. And I mean, I think I'm stuck. I'm all or nothing.
I understand. I haven't seen documentation that would make me comfortable saying, yes, let's move forward, unfortunately.
All right. That's all I have. Any redirect?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, Your Honor. Mrs. Kirkland, Mr. Snyder talked to you about the cost quotes that were introduced today, and these are for the last mile projects. Are there differences in the cost information in those quotes versus the cost information that was provided in the other fiber build projects, like the Idaho Springs, Central City, and Salida Howard fiber build projects?
Yes, in those fiber build projects, the Idaho Springs and Central City, there was a costing tool provided, which provided some clarity as to what the total cost of the fiber build was going to be. For example, fiber foot per foot, the specific pieces that go into building fiber, such as the pulling of the fiber, et cetera, et cetera. In Exhibit 108, in contrast, for the last mile diversity, that exhibit provides numbers, but it does not, for example, it provides a cost per foot, but it doesn't provide any supporting documentation for what that cost per foot is. And so there's a lack of clarity in that projects to say, yes, we can understand where those costs are coming from and where those numbers are coming from.
And do those quotes address your concerns about the clarity of the 6% overhead and 15% capital costs being added?
No documentation that has been provided thus far addresses my concerns about what the 6% overhead covers and what the 15% capital costs are.
And you also talked to Mr. Snyder about specifically about the Salida Howard fiber build project. And you said that replacement was one way to create that increased resiliency, replacement of the current with fiber. And you said that was one way. What are the other ways?
Well, for example, another way would be to explore the option of third-party fiber leases for fiber that's already in place. And I've seen no documentation that CenturyLink explored that option as a more cost-effective way to get that diversity to the citizens of Colorado without doing an expensive fiber build.
And so you didn't see and haven't heard from today anything in the testimony that CenturyLink evaluated those alternatives?
I have not seen anything like that yet.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. You know, the great thing about being a judge is you can say, I don't have any more questions, and then you can sit around for 30 seconds and go, hey, I got another question. So I'll give you another chance, Mr. Cox, but I got a couple more, Ms. Kirkland. I apologize for not remembering them right away. But real quick, is there anything that you see in the proposed costs that just, you know, you go, man, that just seems so wrong. That causes you to, if they were saying the per foot for fiber and it was $10,000 per foot, you'd go, my God, that can't be right. You don't see anything like that, do you? Or do you?
I'm not an engineer, and I'm not in the business of pulling fiber. So no, I don't see anything that stands out on its face. However, I don't see any documentation that says this is an industry standard either. So I have nothing to compare it to.
Okay. And certainly if you heard my questions before, I've got wonders about capital costs, and I got wonders about whatever other question I was asking about there, the other cost of holding or whatever it costs. But those exist, don't they? At least as far as you know.
I believe so, yes.
So whatever that cost may be correctly, the costs exist.
Yes.
Fair statement. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I think that's all I have. Mr. Cox, do you have anything based upon my questions there? And I apologize for that.
Well, that's okay. Nothing further.
All righty. Ms. Kirkland, thank you. The two people I feel the most sorry for are the first witness and the last witness, because the first one never gets off the stand and the last one has to wait around all day. And then no one ever really, generally no one asks them any questions. So I do appreciate you hanging around. I do appreciate testimony. It's very helpful. But you are free to enjoy 5:30.
Thank you, sir.
All righty. So that wraps everything up. As far as our witnesses, I have a few housekeeping things I need to take care of. We have the confidential copies of some exhibits, but we need non-confidential ones filed. So Mr. Snyder, if you could see a non-confidential filing of exhibit 102, 103, 105, 106, and 108. And Ms. Oldemeyer, if you can see to the filing of, I believe it's 602 and 603 that were confidentially, if you could just file those in the proceeding, that would be great. And I'll go through real quickly. I have admitted exhibit 100, 101, 400, 600, 700, 601, 110, 602, 603, 102, 108, 103, 105, 106, 111. I have administrative notice taken of 47 CFR 9.19A5. Administrative notice of the CenturyLink's filing on February 12th, 2024, page 3 and 4 in proceeding 23R-0577T, and outage filing by commission staff in proceeding 24M-002T, it's outage filing 2406. If I've missed anything or you think something should have been admitted, tell me that.
Your Honor, this is Tracy, and I just want to confirm there were two outage investigations reports that were administratively noticed, 2309 and 2314.
Outage filing, I've got 2406, and that's what I have, 2406.
2406, okay.
2309, 2312, 2311, 2309, 2314 were offered to be taken administrative notice, and that was denied.
Gotcha. Thank you, Your Honor.
So I think that was everything in there. I am going to ask the statements of positions are due on July 1st, which is not too long, and I promise I will get right on a decision as quickly as I can for your folks at CenturyLink. I do realize there's the timeline we're going on. I do realize I actually had a decision that I never saw go out, which talked about the deadline going away. I will put that in the decision again, so that is in this final decision, so don't worry about that. I'm going to ask that the parties, though, do me one favor. I didn't ask any of the witnesses this because I think this is a legal question, and I don't think they really can answer it too well. But in your statements of position, if you could address whether I have the ability to approve a permanent tariff. So the Ethernet the Ethernet line that we're talking about is going to have a permanent tariff filing on there. And whether I can do that in this proceeding under 2143, or whether that has to be a separate filing, I'm not sure that I can. So if you think I can, tell me why. If you think I can't, tell me why I can't. I'd appreciate that. It'd be very helpful to me. And I think that is all I have, Mr. Snyder. I will start with you. Do you have anything further?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think you've covered almost everything. The only other question I would have would be the transcript and whether or not the position statements would be more helpful. Like, this is a question to everybody. If we ordered an expedited copy of the transcripts, split the costs and included testimony, or if the consensus of the group, I don't know if there's a normal protocol for PUC or not. Perhaps the protocol would just be, we'll just do this based on memory.
You know, I don't ever write a statement of position. so I don't know. I think my court reporters like it if you order things expedited because they get more money. But I don't know. You can talk to the other parties if you want to split it, or how quickly you talk to my court reporters and see about how quickly you can get it. You got a fairly quick timeline on this. So obviously, if you're quoting things from a transcript, it's going to be far more helpful to me than relying on your memory. So for what that, take that for what it's worth. It's going to be a better SOP probably if you're citing to a transcript. So
okay, I'll connect with the parties offline, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Anything else?
Not for me.
Ms. Oldmeyer?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cox, anyone else?
Your Honor, since we have Tracy here, if she has an estimate at all on how long the transcript would take.
I will say it'll take a little bit longer because of all of the confidential sessions that I have to piece out of it. But if you want it expedited, order it that way and I will get it done.
But as of right now, you're not sure how long that would take, even with the expedited.
I would need at least until, I would say, Friday, Saturday. Would that give you all enough time to get your SOPs done? I have other hearings this week.
That's what I was looking at. Yeah, I got one. I got a couple of.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, I think I would ask for, see if we could do a couple more days. Can we do till the 3rd?
Mr. Snyder, you have any problem if it goes to the 3rd?
I don't. I think the value of the transcript warrants the additional couple days.
Well, and I'm gonna say if you wanna make it longer than that, you can too. If you want that whole big giant 4th of July weekend to sit around reading the transcript, you can make it the 8th if you want. Because I guarantee if you get it to the 3rd, you get it me on the 3rd, I ain't gonna look at it till the 8th. So up to you.
Yeah, I would, if the parties are amenable to it, I'd like to order the transcript, move the position statement to the 3rd.
3rd or the 8th?
Oh, 8th, I guess. Yeah, I'm getting my clients for the 8th.
Does everyone have a problem with moving it to the 8th?
No objection.
Okay, we can move it to the 8th. Like I say, if you get it to me at 6 o'clock on the 3rd, I'm not gonna look at it. So keep it within 30 pages, please. Don't go higher than 30 pages. I'll stop reading after 30. But I think that's it. Last call for any further questions or clarifications. Going once, going twice. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the witnesses that are still here. I do appreciate the testimony. Appreciate your time today. I do promise I will get this done and turned around as quickly as I can once those SOPs do come in. Thank you for getting this done today, and everyone have a pleasant tonight and a hearing free tomorrow. We'll be in adjournment.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.